They're racing. Baby's off beautifully. Quarantena Bambino wins the start, puts a length and a half on the field. The firster, Trip Wildcat, is in second. After that, Wild Time, Prestigiously Wild, and Causeway Surprise debuts languishing in last, already 13 out of it, and they're midway through the turn. Quarantena, Bambino, and Eckleberry leading it by one. Kelsey and Trip Wildcat working hard to keep up. After that, Prestigiously Wild. Then it's Wild Time and Causeway Surprise. It is Quarantena Bambino still leading it and still clear. The lead is 2.5. Trip Wildcat jumping around. Outside of that, Prestigiously Wild and Wild Time chasing in vain. Quarantena, Bambino, and Eckleberry by 4. 5, 6, 3 in race 1. And they're racing. Back to Selling won the start. Good speed displayed by Dakota Knight and also Angel's Magic. And Angel's Magic bet down to 7-5, gets the lead and runs away quickly to a 3-length advantage. Dakota Knight lays second. Back to Selling to the inside of that 4. Then it's about 5 back to Harmon Killer Brew. 9 lengths from the lead to the outside of Kal-El. And Screamin' Jalapeno is in last. It is Angel's Magic and Q going quickly around the turn. Angel's Magic with a 6-length advantage, but going quickly. In second is Back to Selling, and third is Angel's Magic. After that is Kal-El. Harmon Killer Brew 10 lengths from the lead, but in the clear. And Screamin' Jalapeno is the white horse in last. And into the far turn, Angel's Magic fully committed. The lead still is 5, maybe 6 lengths. Back to Selling, 2.5 clear from Dakota Knight. That one is joined by Kal-El. Harmon Killer Brew beginning to unwind from behind. Then it's Screamin' Jalapeno. Angel's Magic still up to some hocus pocus, but Back to Selling is making a move to the outside. After that, Dakota Knight. Then it's Harmon Killer Brew, and behind that one is Kal-El. Angel's Magic's lead has been usurped. Back to Selling trying to provide the rider with a double sweep. Stablemate Harmon Killer Brew looking for the home run. Then it's Dakota Knight. It is Angel's Magic coming back beautifully on the inside. Angel's Magic, resurgent. And they're racing. Swift beginnings for all. Big Pete at 0 for 15 wins the start, but that lead has been ceded, and Storm's Reflection is showing speed. Next to that one is Romeo's Glory. Then down on the inside, Morant debuts with a bit of speed, and Morant and Kelsey come zooming through to contest the lead with 4.5 furlongs to go. Romeo's Glory in that sandwich. Untold Story tracks about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Likewise for Izzy and a Tizzy, and 6 are covered by 3, and they have about 3 to go. It is Morant and Romeo's Glory. Romeo's Glory pulls clear, puts the white blinkers in front. After that, we come back about a length and a half to Untold Story. To the inside of Big Pete. Behind them is Storm's Reflection, overtaken by Izzy and a Tizzy. Romeo's Glory looking for all the race 3 glory, opening up by 2. And at 3 to 5, Romeo's Glory drifts out into path 4. Morant fired early, but now is dropping out of it. After that, Izzy and a Tizzy, and Untold Story. The leader is Romeo's Glory, just kind of waiting around for everybody, but is just too good. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou in the winner's circle? racing. Super slow beginning for Lapis Lazuli. Lapis Lazuli is last. And Martini Blue comes skipping through. Martini Blue puts the head in front of Long Shot Twilight Liaison. Then it's Give 'em Heck Beck. That's the third. Soul Alone in third. A recovering Lapis Lazuli is on the move, 6 lengths behind Martini Blue. And the one to the inside of that is Southern Pecan. And the quintet is covered by 4 as they head into the far turn, meaning they have 3 to go. Martini Blue 1. Outside Twilight Liaison. Give 'em Heck Beck the gray taking second. Lapis Lazuli circumnavigating. And Southern Pecan is 6 lengths rearmost. Martini Blue, Give 'em Heck Beck. Lapis Lazuli 7 out of it to the outside of Twilight Liaison. Kelsey and Southern Pecan sneaking through on the inside. Martini Blue aims to leave them punch drunk, and punch drunk they are. Martini Blue is gone. Martini Blue and a ride from the book of Roman. And they're racing. Bigfoot City wins the start. Also good start for Devil's Vision taking off the pace. And on the inside, Pinchos is flashing speed. And as they stampede in front of us for the first time, Pinchos and Bigfoot City race out into a breakneck pace battle about 4 or 5 lengths clear from Long Shot North Cut. The favorite Calibrate at 9 to 5, content to watch it from 5 out, and about 2.5 clear from Kid Frosty, and the 8-year-old Kid Frosty 7 lengths from the front, tightly held. 2.5 behind that to Hard Attack, trying to win 2 in a row. Then a conspicuous gap to Devil's Vision, and I Owe Ya Again is last. Up the barn side, Bigfoot City and Ince. Pinchos to the inside. North Cup behind them. Calibrate, Trap, but only 2 lengths from the lead. Bigfoot City leads it by a neck. After that, Kid Frosty close handy, 4 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Hard Attack. 5 after that to Devil Vision, and still in last is I Owe Ya Again, but now 10 out of it. Bigfoot City puts 1.5, make it 2 on Pinchos. After that, North Cut, Calibrate now flashes out of the crowd, 2.5 out of it. Kid Frosty blocked by 3 equine athletes. Hard Attack, 7 out of it. Then it's Devil Vision and I Owe Ya Again. Bigfoot City had the lead for a second, and up goes Calibrate. On the outside, here comes Hard Attack with a rush. Joining that one is Kid Frosty firing, and Devil Vision sneaking through on the inside, but Hard Attack saved his best for last and prevails. 8-6-4 in race 5. And they're racing. Tis a Stellar Dude pops quickly from the outside, and so does Dastardly Deeds at 0 for 14. And between them, Hurt So Bad right there. A length and a half behind them is Boston Wally. Then we come to Not a Cry, and outside of them, Prize Fighter in the turf debut beginning to advance. Meanwhile, up top, 3 wide, Tis a Stellar Dude is making a move. Hurt So Bad cuts with that one. Likewise for Dastardly Deeds, ridden though. Then we come to Prize Fighter, wide around the turn. The favorite is about 5 out of it. Not a Cry threatening to run a decent one, 4 out of it, but blocked. And then we come back to Boston Wally, and they head for home. Hurt So Bad with the lead. Dastardly Deeds to the inside. The gray outside of that is Tis a Stellar Dude. Then it's Not a Cry on the inside. Dastardly Deeds 25 to 1. Dastardly Deeds 25 to 1. And they're racing. Ghost of Genevieve came out very, very awkwardly. Please hold all tickets. There will be a Stewards General inquiry into the start of race number 7. Ghost of Genevieve, the 6-5 favorite, way back in last. Harry Hernandez with at least one boot out of the stirrup. Meanwhile, the others go on, and Que Pasa Mufasa, trying to win 2 in a row, leads the stablemate Runaway A-Train by about a length and a half. Then 5 after that, Boozin' at Bozos, just ran by Reese C. And then we come back to Me Say So and a Ghost of Genevieve hopelessly out of the race. The others arrive at the top of the stretch. Que Pasa Mufasa to the inside of Runaway A-Train. Boozin' at Bozos cruising up to the outside. About 9 clear from Me Say So. And now they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch. Runaway A-Train. Que Pasa Mufasa. They're in a civil war. Outside of that, Boozin' at Bozos into the final football field. Runaway A-Train has run away from them all at 3.5 to 1. Runaway A-Train first. And they're racing. Coliseum broke awkwardly but recovered beautifully. And the favorite Coliseum is zinging on the inside. Now to the outside, Freddie Separate is firing. Freddie Separate at 2 to 1 separates from the field.
We're good.
And they're racing. After all that, Caboose on the loose comes out nicely. So does Run Amok, and between them, Jess Digs Me. Between them is Cowboy Alex. It is Jess Digs Me to grind out a victory at 2 to 1, and Kelsey goes back to back.
Locked up.
And they're racing in the 26 Cash Caravan. Jess Rocketman, a grade 3 winner, pops out of the gate beautifully. My Owner's Broke as the white horse, then it's Holy Storm and Trippin' Guns, and they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed, displayed by the Cash Caravan champion, Jess Rocketman.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as fast and the turf.
The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
If you'll get your programs handy, we will go over the changes on tonight's 9-race program. Race number 1, scratch the 3, L's Girl. 3-horse scratches in race 1. Eli's Girl out of the first, no superfecta wagering in race 1. 3-horse out of race 1, no super. Races 2 and 3 are both free and clear of any changes. We bump ahead now to race 4. In the 4th race, scratch the 5, Lonely Private. Race 4, scratch 5, Lonely Private, no superfecta also in race 4. 5th race is clean. No changes in the 5th. Jockey change in race 5. Make the jockey Eduardo Gallardo rides the 7. Moving forward now to race number 6. Take out the 7, Yellow Dress. Take out Yellow Dress in tonight's 6th race. Races 7, 8, and 9, no changes. A special edition of Today at the Races with myself, Kevin Gorg, along with Jeff Madej. We're not only going to handicap the Canterbury card, we're going to take a break and walk you through the prestigious Travers Stakes in New York at glitzy Saratoga. That's all coming up and coming at you next. Is that a late change?
I didn't have it either.
I didn't have it. I saw it.
Hopefully there's not any others. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joining Kevin Gorg. He'll be your race caller tonight as Paul Allen on assignment in Denver. We've got a nice card ahead. 9 races. We're on the turf. They're 9 thoroughbred races. It's fast, the main track, and the turf course is firm. And I think it's a tough card. I think it's a really, really competitive set of races tonight. Yeah, we've got a couple of skinny fields. We've got a couple of deep fields. But there's not like a 2 to 5 horse in this entire product tonight.
No, I don't see anybody here that's like a confident single. I'm looking right now at my pick 5 ticket, and that's usually a pretty good measuring stick of when the card kind of gets into the meat and potatoes of the event. And I've got no singles on my pick 5. Now, my ticket's $48. To your point, I think you can pare it down to 2 or 3 prime contenders in these races. I think the lowest favorite we'll likely see is above even money. I don't see anybody that's going to be below even money, and it looks like the type of card where the payoffs might surprise you. You might get a pick 4 or pick 5 that you think overpays because there are no free spaces on the bingo card. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be competitive, to your point. And I love that we're on the turf. We got a little rain last night, but not enough to take us off. And that really, I think, makes the card that much better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the turf course has been, we haven't had rain a lot most of the summer, so the turf course needs that water. I think the rain that we had last night and a little bit off and on today is going to help the course as well. It's played fair, though. I think for a while there it got speed favoring, and maybe it looked like it was earlier this week, but I also think sometimes we jump to conclusions because often the best horse just happens to have speed and wins. So I think we can see him come from all over. At least that's the way I've handicapped it tonight. But it's quite a production we're going to put on here. And we've got live music out on the track apron. We've got the pick 5 that you talked about with the lowest takeout in the country, 10%. We've got the post-time pick 4. I know you're going to present a ticket when we get to the horses in the paddock for that. So again, if you can beat a favorite, and I think we can beat favorites tonight, you can really get paid.
You can get paid, and I think the fun part when you come to Canterbury is the live racing is always going to be our staple and what we put most of our energy into. But like days like today, with the Travers going on, the Midsummer's Derby at Saratoga, we are going to take a break in our show here tonight. And we're going to walk you through a race that goes off in 10 minutes. It's the most important race that isn't the Kentucky Derby and isn't a Breeders' Cup race. The Travers field looks spectacular, and yes, the Kentucky Derby winner is in this field. So if you're around Canterbury Park right now, as we talk through these first 3 or 4 races at Canterbury, know that we're going to stop the show and take in the Travers. You're going to want to have a ticket on that race. Rich Strike is the 2. The big favorite, and I think rightfully so, is Epicenter, Jeff. He's the 6. He's the horse that was favored on the first Saturday in May, and I thought ran a really, really good winning race. Just a little too close to some very, very fast fractions. Probably didn't get the result he deserved. Epicenter here looking for his first Grade 1 win. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I thought Epicenter has a lot of talent, and he's proven that here after the Derby. But this is an intriguing race because you might have Lone Speed with the 7 early voting.
Yep.
That horse can run a distance.
Preakness winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that horse can get an easy lead, which is certainly possible just from conventional handicapping, you look at the horses in this field, none of them have shown speed other than early voting. Zandon is the locally owned by a gentleman from St. Cloud, so that's kind of where my rooting interest is, but it's a big closer. And as you made the point earlier, that he just doesn't seem to pass people. Yeah, he did at Gulfstream this winter when he was just the best, but he's had opportunities to win and hasn't gotten by. But I think today's the target. They've said all along at the Travers, after they ran in the Derby, really the Travers is where they wanted to go. Jim Dandy was a prep, so I think that horse has a shot. And then I think it's really cool that we've got an Iowa bred in here. Ain't Life Grand for trainer Kelly Von Hemmel. Those of you that play the Midwest Circuit, you know Kelly Von Hemmel is a very good trainer. He's run horses up here as well. He often ships up here because there is no turf course in Iowa and runs them here. So we know him. The Von Hemmel family has been in racing forever. So it's just a cool race with all those kind of storylines. But when it comes right down to betting, early voting goes to the lead, and either a horse like Cyberknife or Epicenter, I think, runs them down.
Yeah, I think Cyberknife's in a good spot from the inside. You got the other Chad Brown in the 5, who's a closer that could be coming late. And I don't know what to do with the horse on the outside, because you're right, Zandon has the talent to win this race. And I think that last race they were taken out of their game. Their game is to lay back and make one big run. It was such a small field. They kept Zandon much closer to the pace in the Jim Dandy. He'll get a favorable trip from well out of it today. I think Epicenter's the horse that's going to be much closer to the front today. We'll get to that race. Get your bets in now. We got to handicap the car, Jeff. And race 1 at Canterbury here with the scratch of Eli's Girl, the 3. I'm going to end up hitting the all button in the pick 4, and I'm not kidding you. I think any of these 5 can win, so that's why I'm kind of shopping for a price with that pick 4.
Yeah, I ended up with the 4 Emerald Princess. I think this horse might be lone speed in here. At least I'm hoping, or the controlling speed. But there's some intrigue with Princess Livia, reclaimed by Cronin and Padilla. That horse has a shot. There's just some good names in here. Has a Pistol, has back class, and we just keep waiting for that one to run big. Owen's Pleasure too I think is classy in her own way, and I was surprised that, and this would have been a great claim. Ran for $15,000 in Pennsylvania over the winter, and has made much more than that since. But that horse always sits off the pace and makes a strong run. So you're going to have to catch, at least in my opinion, Emerald Princess to cash on this race, but it's not a price. It's 9-5. We're not getting that morning line. But that's my top pick. I go 4, 6, and 1 in here.
Yeah, I was torn. I do think the 4 is lone speed. Maybe the 5, maybe the 1. The 1 is Princess Livia. She's fast. I think the 1 can at least keep Emerald Princess honest early and not give her the base on balls. And if that's the case, I do think Owen's Pleasure is in a great spot for victory. I like the outside attack post. If the 1 and 4 tackle early, I think the 6 is going to be in a great spot to come get the money. But like I said, I think all 5 horses in race 1 can win. I would demand value if you're putting together tickets. Race 2, we go to that firm turf course. Maiden special weight here, Jeffrey, Minnesota breds. Only 7 line up, but when I see a favorite that's 0 for 9, and no disrespect to the 7, Diggs 1, I'm starting to shop for something maybe at a little better price. Who'd you land on here?
Well, I ended up with Bailout Keela, and that horse is 0 for 7 with a bunch of second-place finishes. So this could be another horse that just refuses to win. But I like the connections. Padilla for Pete Matson with Quinona as a board.
Of course.
Again, we're not going to get a big price here. The 7, I think, is in the mix. And then, Virginia Peters, always fun when she's got a racehorse that can run, and I think that one can. But I'd love to see her win. But the one that really intrigues me, and I've got it in 3rd, but I played in the Minnesota Oaks, is Strabella. I just thought that horse was better. I thought she was better than we saw when she ran in the Oaks. It just really never lifted a hoof there. But if you go back, the horse is bred to go a distance of ground here, and I think can run on the turf. So that would be my upset special. But I'm going to take one of the obvious horses, the 5, Bailout Keela.
I end up on the 6. I end up on Strabella, but the question mark for me is the turf. I don't think the route's any bit of a problem. She'll come with a run. She's proven that at a route distance on the main track. She's never run a race on the turf. And the bloodlines are good, not great for the turf. But when I looked at this race, I looked at the 5 and the 7 and said both those horses should win. But we've said that before. So I wanted to find a little bit of value. I'm going to use both the 5 and the 7 on my pick 4. But the 6 is my top pick. I think Strabella is interesting. I love that Harry Hernandez gets this mount, and that's enough for me. I go 6, 5, and 7 in the second, as they are about, I would say, 2 minutes away from the gate at Saratoga, so get those bets in on the Travers as we roll on to the 3rd. Stay on the turf here. Jeff, I love claimers at Canterbury, and I love big fields, and we get both here. 8 in the gate, going 7.5. Who do you like?
Well, you just mentioned jockey Harry Hernandez, and this week I just started highlighting Harry's name first when I look at him, because why not? He has been in the zone of late, and he's on a horse that I really like in here, the 5 Sierra Hotel. Again, not a big price. It's 5-2 on the morning line, but I think has the best finish on the turf. And really, with turf racing, the racing doesn't really begin until they hit the top of the stretch and they come for home. So you got to be in position. Harry keeps his horses forwardly placed. I think that's going to be important here. So I've got the 5 on top. I go 5. Kids Inheritance, yes, I know that horse is going to take some money and is going to be good, and it's got the great connections. That horse has to be in the mix. And then Rock Tis Way for Velasquez. I go 5, 7, and 3.
Yeah, I think you got the right horses. I looked at the 5 for a long time. Harry shows up. That's big time. I like Kids Inheritance. I don't love Kids Inheritance. I'm going to end up using 3 horses on my pick 4 ticket, and my order is 7, 3, and 5. but I could shuffle that deck any which way. I think it's one of those three, but it's going to a lot depend on the trip. And do not sleep on the 3, Atomic Candy. This is a gelding that's faced better competition. I'm going to draw a line through that last race against Warchest. Didn't fire at all, but the 2 races before that were good enough to win this event. So I really like this race. I think it's a pick 4 separator. I go 7, 3, and 5. We'll get through the 4th, and then we'll start to take a look at the Travers as they are getting closer and closer to post time on the Midsummer's Derby. Race 4 at Canterbury tonight, 6.5 furlongs, fast main track. Now, this was a race, Jeff, when I looked at it with the scratch of the 5, Lonely Private, only 5 horses. I think this one's going to be more of a formful race for the night.
Well, you've put together, I think, you've gone fairly deep in your pick 4, so I'm interested to see what you do here, because I know you're not going to single. Yeah, you're not going to throw out a gigantic ticket, so I'll be interested to see who you single. I've got a hunch. Let me ask you this, though, because I ended up with Don Plata on top, and I'm kind of a sucker for Don Plata. The horse can absolutely run, and you look at the way that it competed over the winter at Will Rogers Downs, came back and dead heated with the Alligator Hunter in the 10,000 Lakes. I'd argue that the Alligator Hunter is one of the best sprinters on the grounds. I don't care whether it's Minnesota breds or not. So if Don Plata can find that form of old, I think the horse has a shot, and you're getting a square price, and the scratch is going to change things a little bit. But you get Rye Eckleberry aboard, who's ridden this horse, rode Don Plata last year successfully. So that's where I'm going to go, but you've got to beat Central Park, really.
Yeah, I really like Central Park a lot here. Probably my strongest opinion of the night. It's the only single I've got in the pick 4 or the pick 5, and I just look at the speed that this horse possesses, how much he loves Canterbury, how much he loves to win. 10 wins from 23 career starts. That's important to me, and I think Central Park's going to get loose here at 6.5 and run him into the ground. Now, if somebody goes with him, Dame Plata is a major threat. A route horse cutting back always scares me, but I go 2, 4, and 1 for now. And as the horses approach the gate, we're going to talk a little bit about the Travers. Then we'll come back and handicap the back half of our Canterbury card. Watching these horses warm up, and this is unfortunate. Right now we're looking at the Kentucky Derby winner behind us. That is Rich Strike. He's been a bit of a handful. I watched him in the paddock, saw him come on the track. He's been a little headstrong. There's a huge crowd, as expected, at Saratoga. So he's been a little bit of a bad behavior so far today. Epicenter looks unbelievable. And I'm not going to bet this horse. I'm not going to tout this horse. But at even money, I mean, this horse, watching him in the paddock, watching him come on the track with the patented Steve Asmussen braided mane, holy cow, what a racehorse. There he is. My goodness.
I'm surprised that I think that early voting is 6-1 in here. I thought that horse would take more money, but you're right. Epicenter is the horse to beat, but this is a quality field. I mean, these are horses that were all very well intended for the most part for the Kentucky Derby, and these are some of the top 3-year-olds in the country. Then you've got that wild card, the 5 in here, and that's the one that confuses me because Chad Brown already has 2 of the major players in this race, and he throws the 5 in as well.
5 also making a really nice impression for the record. The 5 had the double handler in the paddock, and I'm big on the double handler. We've talked a little bit about here at Canterbury, at Saratoga. It's certainly an angle that a Sharpie named Troy Erkenbrack has thrown our way over the years, and it's been very productive for him. Now, the 5's warming up brilliantly. Epicenter looks great. The Derby winner, not so much, does not get a good grade. I'm dubious on Rich Strike's chances. And then you're right. It comes down to what happens with these outside 2. The 7 is the speed. That's the Preakness winner, who I believe finds the way to the front. How much pressure will there be? Will anybody else dare to go with early voting? I think Epicenter has the potential to do that. What makes Epicenter such a difficult favorite to try to beat is he can go to the front. He can track, and he proved last time that he can come from way out of it and have a closing punch. He looks like he's gotten better and better from the Derby all the way through. So he's going to be tough to beat. And, hey, he's 4-5. So maybe as you get your bets in here at Canterbury, if you can't beat the 6, then you go to the exactas. And then maybe you do an exacta, keen the 6 on top, and pick a couple of these other horses. And instead of putting $40 to win on a 4-5 and getting back less than $80, maybe you do a $20 exacta over Cyberknife and a $20 exacta over Zandon, and try to, instead of getting back $80, get back $300-400, which it likely will pay. So there are some options here. They're getting to the gate. We'll kind of talk our way through this race, and Any last thoughts as you look at the money coming in, and now 4-5 on Epicenter?
Right. Well, I'm just looking at the crowd, Kevin. And if anyone says that horse racing isn't flourishing, just needs to take a look here. I mean, people come out to the races on big events like this. This is the Midsummer Derby. It's the Travers. It's a big, big purse. It's the best 3-year-olds in the country, and this is going to be one heck of a race.
I love the video footage on social media at 7 a.m. Saratoga time because they have a picnic area there, and it's first come, first serve. And these folks with their lawn chairs sprinting in faster than our quarter horses run here at Canterbury. Let's take you through the load. Cyberknife is the inside marker. He's the one horse, the winner of the Haskell at 9-2. That Iowa bred is the 3 right there, and we love cheering for Von Hemel. That's Ain't Life Grand with Tyler Gaffleone. The Derby winner is the 2. That's Rich Strike. Gilded Age is the 4. He got beat by the 5 last time in a prep race called the Curlin. Epicenter, your 4-5 favorite. The Speed of the Preakness winner is early voting, and Eden Prairie's own Jeff Drown owns the outside horse, number 8. Zandon, take in, here it is, the Travers Stakes from Saratoga, and I think the break super important for the 7 here, Jeff. Let's see what happens out of the gate. Iowa bred, little rambunctious, and there they go. So very slow to develop is the front end, and look at that, early voting. Chad Brown talked about how that horse likes to have a target early in the race. Well, he's got it, and he's got it in Cyberknife and the Iowa bred Ain't Life Grand. So that's the beauty of these races. They never seem to play out on the track like they do on paper. I'm surprised that Iowa bred shot out like that, but now this might change the tactics a little bit here. And they're going quick. They're going real quick. 23-1. For this distance, very, very fast. Cyberknife, if he's going to have any chance of winning, is going to need to slow this thing down and somehow get something above 47. They are going way, way too fast for those front-end markers. The back-end markers, like Zandon, sitting at the back of the pack, and, of course, Epicenter, who's poised to pounce in a perfect spot here on the rail. He got 47-3, so the second quarter mile went a little slower. But, boy, the prime players are all in a really good position. You can see Rich Strike and Zandon both making their moves now, starting to creep up a little bit, cutting into that lead. Yeah, still, I think an honest front end, and I think right now Epicenter, he's the horse to watch in the maroon. He looks like he's got a boatload of horse. Rich Strike being asked for run. That's the other Chad Brown horse, and there's Zandon. Jeff Drown's horse starting to make his move. Now you see a little separation. Cyberknife trying to get loose. Epicenter's not going to let this happen. Epicenter's going to take the race to him right now, and the favorite looks very, very tough from here. Derby winner, Rich Strike, making a bold move on the inside. Rich Strike into contention, but it's Epicenter's race to win or lose from here. He looks like he's 1-5 from here. You might be right about this exact plan, too, here, if the 1 can hang around. But there's going to be some closers coming late. You can see Zandon not making that move that I thought he would make. I thought he could get into the pace a little bit quicker than he has. He might run up for second. He's going to get second. Yeah, but I thought he would sit closer early on. Can he get around for second? I think he's going to be tight. Epicenter. No, it's Cyberknife. Epicenter just much the best. He looked the winner every step of the way. They bet him accordingly, too. This horse was 6-5 when they got on the track. And, folks, there are millions of dollars bet into this race. For that horse to go from 6-5 to 4-5 that late in the wagering is some kind of action. And what a special horse he is. You can stamp him now as one of the big-time favorites come Breeders' Cup time. I love when we get a good 3-year-old taking on older horses in the Breeders' Cup Classic. This horse, to me, looks like a monster right now. Man, does he look good. It will be interesting to see what the trainers do with these horses, because there's likely one more start before Breeders' Cup, I would think. Some may train up to it, but there's going to be some good racing on the East Coast, I think, for these horses yet. But to see these 3-year-olds like this is fun, because they're going to have to take on older soon. Yeah, that was an awesome effort. And he's just one of those horses you can put him anywhere in the race, and he'll do his job. So congrats if you hit this exact. It's going to come back 6-1, 8-2. 6-1, 8-2 in the Midsummer's Derby that is the Travers. Now we've got the back half of the card. We're going to handicap you through the late pick 5, races 5 through 9. And here we go, Jeff. Race 5, big race, turf race, mile and 70 yards. If you're just joining us, our turf course is listed as firm. I like this race. This is a fun race.
You know, Feeding Frenzy, it feels like we're always betting Feeding Frenzy and we're never winning. The horse is 1 for 3, though, this year. And while it gets bet, it doesn't get bet down to favoritism. But the horse just, to me, doesn't have that big kick that you want. But I think it might have, for this race, that big kick that I want. I'm not going to get a big price, but it's Lindy Wade, who is not a regular rider for Joel Byrne. But we have to keep in mind that Luis Fuentes, who does ride for Joel, is in Albuquerque this week. He's riding there a couple of days. He's also serving a 3-day suspension at Canterbury in between that. So we're not going to see him until Thursday. So that's why you might see a top rider like Lindy pick up a horse here for Joel. So I would not let that concern you at all. Feeding Frenzy, we're going to get a run out of him. I don't think we're going to get a big price here, but I do think this horse can be in the mix. There's a little bit of speed in here from the 8 Devoted to You, who I know you like. I think I can run that one down with the 5.
I think the 8's loose. I think Echoberry Sen's Devoted to You. I think he's unchallenged throughout the early stages, and to me, that's the key to this race. Now, if the 8, for some reason, doesn't fire with his best, watch out for the 9. I think Delft Blue is very sneaky. This horse, last time out, draw a line through it. He was facing dramatically better horses. In fact, if you look at his last 3 starts, he's faced better competition. He's, I think, going to get overlooked. He's 6-1 in the morning line. I think he goes off closer to 10-1, and he'll be my exotic key. He'll also be my pick 5 key. I go 8, 9, and 2. I respect the 5. I have the 5 4th in my analysis. I've been burned by that horse too many times. So in the 5th, I'm going to end up using just the 8 and the 9 in my pick 5, which we'll get to much later. Race 6, my top pick scratched. So I was very disappointed at lunchtime when I saw Yellow Dress was a scratch here before the card started. So I had to go back to the drawing board, Jeff. Turf course has been pretty kind of speed, as we talked about. I'm going to end up with a stone-cold closer. How about you?
Well, you know, I'm on the opposite side here as far as Yellow Dress goes, who is scratched. I wanted that horse in the race because I didn't think she could win. I thought she'd be an overbet horse that I could beat. I still really like the 1 Frost Warrior. That's one of my top picks today, and if I can get that 9-2, I'll take it because I think now Stone Arch Bridge is going to be the favorite. Should have won last time out. Had a little bit of a troubled trip coming down the stretch, but Stone Arch Bridge is fired each and every time this year. That's the horse to beat. I think I can do it with Frost Warrior from the rail with Zeke Lara aboard for Tony Rengsdorf. That's a good combination. Those are both a jockey and a trainer that I can trust. I go 1, 9, and 8.
Yeah, I've got the 1 right in the mix. I've got the 1 second. I think that horse is a major player. Zeke Lara is going to get a really good trip and probably be the horse to catch in mid-stretch. I'm going to come right back to Stone Arch Bridge. I touted this horse last time, looked like a winner in mid-stretch, and for some reason just would not go by. I'm going to trust that Sophia learned something with how this closer can run in a 5-furlong race. This is a horse that I think sitting on another big effort, in great form for Gary Shearer, and I think mows him down. I go 9, 1, and 3, but I really think it's a 2-horse race with the 9 and the 1, and my pick 5 will reflect that. 7th race I thought was, again, one of those smaller fields where I'm going to end up going 4 deep on my pick 5 ticket because I look at the top players in here, Jeff, and I think this race could go 3, 4, 5 different ways when they hit the wire. So I am very torn on race 7. How about you?
Well, this is my long shot play of the day, the 6 Smart Call, 12-1. I go right back to Zeke Lara. Joe Roberts is the trainer. Zeke gets on this horse for the first time, but he's ridden winners for Joe Roberts. Roberts is 3 for 35, but Zeke's been on a couple of those winners. I think Smart Call is the speed in this race. Now, you deserve 12-1. I mean, the horse certainly hasn't proven much. It's 2 for 28 lifetime. It's a 5-year-old that has shown speed and fades every time, but I like that jockey change. I like the fact that maybe Zeke, who always gets horses up in the mix early, which is so important on a track like this, a main track that favors speed, maybe we can get things slow enough here at the mile distance for that horse to just kick away. But if not, they're going to be coming. Casanova is going to be coming. Hattie's Jewel is going to be coming. There's a lot of quality closers in here. I go 6, 4, and 7.
Yeah, I was torn. I can see an upset here. This is a pick 5 separator for sure. And again, if you're going to bet this race on an individual basis, you're going to want to shop for value. I end up with the 3 Yak. I was filling in for Paul Allen the last time this horse ran, which is August the 14th. Now we're a couple weeks later. I think it's going to be the same type of trip, press and pounce. I've got Sophia winning back-to-back races, so good luck to you, young lady. I think you're well mounted here, and I think Yak's just one of those horses that, off the claim for Lynn Rarick, a trainer I trust, continues to go in the right direction. I've got the 4-second. That's Angela's tout, Casanova, who I respect. Big closer, in good form. It's Broberg and Eckleberry. I mean, this is a major, major threat. And I'll use the one, Tales of the Tall, in my third spot. 3, 4, and 1 as we get to the late daily double. Jeff, race 8, Fillies and Mares at a mile. These are Minnesota-bred girls looking for their second career victory. Who do you like?
Well, I ended up with the 5 notepad, Roman for Joel Burnt. I like that class drop from this horse. I think it needs it. Burnt's certainly having a heck of a meet here. You know, he and Mac Roberts are going to battle to the wire for top trainer. I've seen enough of Flash Flood, who it was 2-1 on the morning line, is 1 for 22. It's another one that hits the board all the time, but rarely wins, even when it's had plenty of opportunity to do so. So I think she'll be in there if you're playing exactas and trifectas. But I've got notepad on top. Icy Will Burn Ya has done just that to me the last 2 times. I had huge prices too, 33-1.
So did PA. Remember PA bet this horse last time.
Yeah, and we thought the horse could win. I wasn't as confident last time, and the horse seems to kind of zigzag, like runs a bad race, runs a good race. Last time was disappointing. Today could be that big race. Laura stays aboard for Cat Bedford. I go 5, 3, and 2.
I'm going to take the bait. I'm going to try to steal the cheese out of the mousetrap here with Flash Flood. You're right. The horse is 1 for 21, 5 seconds, 5 thirds. Canterbury, it's the same thing, 1 for 13, but 9 for 13 in the money. I just looked at this race and just didn't see any speed. I see a lot of horses that like to sit just off the pace. Maybe the one, Shirley a Legend, can refine some early lick. I don't see anyone to go with Flash Flood. If that's the case, I think Flash Flood's long gone. My notepad, my second pick in the race is the horse I fear the most and the horse I'll use in my pick 5. So I respect your selection big time, but I think Flash Flood is long gone. My upset's going to be in the 9th, so I'm really excited to see what you've got because I've got a double-digit horse here that I actually fancy a lot and might bet. The 9th race to me looks like a complete crapshoot. Who do you like?
Well, I ended up with Kovacs, who's not going to be much of a price. Lindsay rides for Silva here, but I think this horse just has a little bit of an ability advantage over the rest of this field. These are $5,000 claimers. None of them are proven, really. You've got a horse that's 1 for 30, 2 for 43. I'm guessing one of those might be your long shot. Kovacs, I think, is going to get the best trip, can take the lead if it needs to. Lindsay knows how to get a horse out of the gate. I go 5, 6, 2.
Yeah, I'm going to play the 4. I'm going to try Poverty Flats.
Oh, yeah.
I get it. 2 for 43 is not something that, really gets me excited. But this horse, to me, looks like a horse sitting on a big effort. If you go back and watch that last try in the slop against New Dice, who I think is one of the horses to beat here. In fact, the morning line's 2-1. This horse was right there, right in the mix, and now we're going to get probably 5 times the price, if not more. Miguel Arroyo, I think, will give this horse the right trip. And, hey, this is one of those races where you got to demand some value. This horse has faced slightly better competition, and I think this horse is sitting on a decent try at a big, big price. I'm going to key the horse in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the trifecta. And if I get beat, I hope I get beat by the 2, Angela's horse, the 5, your horse, or the 6, New Dice. Because if that happens, and this horse can run at least 2nd, I'll hit the trifecta. I go 4, 6, 2, and 5 in the 9th, as now the horses are out in the paddock now for the lid lifter. We'll get that pick 4 ticket once they get on the track. Let's go back to our selections here, Jeff, and see how they're betting this race. You're on the 4. I'm on the 6, and yeah, I think you shouldn't be too surprised. You're 7-5, and likely with Mac Robertson and Rye Eckleberry, that isn't a shocker to you.
No, and I think it's the speed, and speed wins a lot of races at this racetrack and all around America. So I think that makes sense. And Owen's Pleasure is going to come running late, and one of those 2 I think does prevail. If not, you're going to see a price because everyone else I think will offer some value here when the betting's finally done. But we do scratch the 3, Eli's Girl. So we've got a short field. There's no superfecta wagering here, but it's a good start to that pick 4. I just need for me to be successful here for the 4, Emerald Princess, to establish that clear lead and control the pace.
4's got a double handler, so if you're down there in the paddock, we did see a double handler on the 4. Mac Robertson choosing to have that strategy, and it's something that you can use along the way here as we take a look at the paddock previews throughout the afternoon. Do note that we're very, very lucky here tonight that jockey Crystal Conning is going to join Angela Herman for a couple of paddock previews in the middle of the card, and she's been on a couple times with us. She's super insightful. It kind of takes us behind the curtain, so to speak, the jockey's perspective, and she can handicap a race. She can read horse flesh, and she's just wonderful at the craft. Really excited to have her and Angela in the paddock for a couple.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you can get one of the athletes that are in the game to provide some commentary like she does, and she's honest about what she sees, and I like that. She can put it into words where a lot of people maybe hem and haw, don't tell you exactly what they're thinking. I think she does, and that's great for our fans here. It gets them closer to the game, and that's so important in horse racing. Is we got to let people have a little look at what's going on and why things are happening. And Crystal's done a great job. She's going to join Angela for races 4 and 5 today.
Awesome. That should be great. We thank Jeff Madej. We thank you for being here. It's an awesome card. You can tell already in race number 1 the balance of these fields. Look at the experts. They're all over the dance floor. It's going to be a great card. 9 races, fast and firm. Paul Allen on assignment with the Minnesota Vikings in Denver. And we're going to take you through what should be an excellent race card. We wish you the best of luck. We hope you cashed on the Travers. Right now, though, they head down the tunnel. Soon they'll come onto the track, and Len Dykert will signal that it's race night in Shakopee. And here come the horses onto the track for tonight's first race. No superfecta with the scratch of the 3 Eli's Girl. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, daily double, a rolling pick 3, and every race day, race number 1 signifies the post-time pick 4 starts right here. 10% takeout on that pick 4 at the gate in 6 minutes, and we'll have a ticket for you in just a couple. All right, race fans, it's time for that post-time pick 4. Post-time pick 4 time. I'm going to use all here in the first. I respect the favorite. If Emerald Princess wins at 6-5, it's not going to be the greatest all button I've ever hit. Most likely winner for sure, but I think there's some balance to this field. So I'm going to take them all and hope for an upset. Race 2, start to pare things down. I'll use 5, 6, and 7. 7, Strawbella at 3-1 is my top pick in the second. In the third race, I'm going to use 3, 5, and 7. Another race where I think those top contenders could take turns. I do think Kids Inheritance, though, is the horse to beat. And my strongest opinion in the early part of the card is in race 4. I really like Central Park to take them all the way in the 4th. So all with 5, 6, 7, with 3, 5, 7, single to the 2 in race 4. It's only a $22.50 investment. We need one upset to make this work. That's my ticket. You can use my ticket. You can change my ticket by adding or subtracting some horses, but the one thing we know for sure, you can't win it if you don't get in it. It's the post-time pick 4 with a 10% takeout That pick 4 starts in 4 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time here at Canterbury. Welcome back. Every race day is brought to you by Michelob Golden Light and Cutwater. Tonight we are featuring an exciting night of racing paired with some live music. Brought to you by 8'4". It's going to be outstanding. Look for them just to the left of the winner's circle on the Mystic Lake stage. Loading in here. Favoritism to Emerald Princess, the 4 for our top trainer, Mac Robertson, at 9-5. Fillies and Mares going 6 panels to start the Saturday card. We've got 9 races on tap tonight. A couple of Minnesota breds, including Hot as a Pistol. And the other Minnesota bred, Owen's Pleasure, in the Matson jacket. Welcome to Canterbury. There in the gate. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch, and Princess Livia showing her patented early speed, joined by the favorite Emerald Princess. Right behind those front markers is Missy Into Mischief. Then it's back to Owen's Pleasure, and at the tail of the field is Hot as a Pistol. 7 lengths would cover them from front to back, and the long shot Princess Livia has opened up a 2.5 length lead. Echoberry poised to pounce with Emerald Princess. Then it's 3 lengths back to Hot as a Pistol. Missy Into Mischief's got 6 to make up. 2 more back to Owen's Pleasure. 21-4, an alacritive opening quarter mile, and Princess Livia leads it by 2.5. Emerald Princess senses the warning call. Then it's Hot as a Pistol and Missy Into Mischief. Still nothing from Owen's Pleasure. Around the bend they go, top of the Canterbury stretch, and still Princess Livia to run down. Emerald Princess is all in and can't make up any ground. Into the final furlong they roll. Princess Livia, Hot as a Pistol's trying to rail this one in late. Final football field, Princess Livia, Hot as a Pistol's charging. Princess Livia is begging for the wire. Hot as a Pistol in time. .111.12, that finishing time. One of the co-favorites runs down the field's longest shot in the shadow of the wire. Photo on the board for Show to close out that trifecta. Hold them all. Third place goes to the 4. Emerald Princess runs 3rd. Missy Into Mischief runs 4th. Technically the second betting favorite. There was more money bet on Emerald Princess. So one of the Minnesota breds in the field gets all the money. And we start with a spine tingler here on a Saturday. On deck, we've got race 2, which will switch to the firm turf with no scratches or jockey changes in the second half of the daily double. Getting set to move into the winner's circle comes the official winner now of race number 1. It's number 5, Hot as a Pistol. Hot as a Pistol is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Flat Out of Alcazar. Foaled in Minnesota by Gary Bergsrud. Horse is owned by Gary and Brenda Bergsrud, trained by Mr. Clinton Stewart, and ridden to victory today by our top jockey. He's Double H. He's Harry Hernandez. Congratulations to the connections of the victorious Hot as a Pistol. Price is up on the board. Turf racing coming your way in 22 minutes. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch, and Princess Livia showing her patented early speed, joined by the favorite Emerald Princess. Right behind those front markers is Missy Into Mischief. Then it's back to Owen's Pleasure, and at the tail of the field is Hot as a Pistol. 7 lengths would cover them from front to back, and the long shot Princess Livia has opened up a 2.5 length lead. Echoberry poised to pounce with Emerald Princess. Then it's 3 lengths back to Hot as a Pistol. Missy Into Mischief's got 6 to make up. 2 more back to Owen's Pleasure. 21-4, an alacritive opening quarter mile, and Princess Livia leads it by 2.5. Emerald Princess senses the warning call. Then it's Hot as a Pistol and Missy Into Mischief. Still nothing from Owen's Pleasure. Around the bend they go, top of the Canterbury stretch, and still Princess Livia to run down. Emerald Princess is all in and can't make up any ground. Into the final furlong they roll. Princess Livia, Hot as a Pistol's trying to rail this one in late. Final football field, Princess Livia, Hot as a Pistol's charging. Princess Livia's begging for the wire. Hot as a Pistol in time.
Well, it is crowded here tonight. Welcome out to the paddock for race number 2. We go to the turf for this second race, and somebody is going to win for the first time. These are Minnesota-bred girls. This is a maiden special weight, and they go 7.5, 7 in the field. On the inside is Picaflor. This is going to be start number 2 for her. There were some good workouts leading into that first start, but she ended up pretty far behind that day. It was one turn on the dirt. This is a whole different thing for her, and Wilburn isn't really known for being a great first out sire. There is some turf pedigree here. She should be able to save ground on the inside, and any sort of better break, she and Rye Eccleberry should be much closer from start to finish. Pocket Full of Posies has raced on the turf in the past. Doesn't have any speed, but made a good close that day to finish third behind She's on Easy Street, another Francisco Bravo trainee. Main problem is that Diggs 1 was in that race and beat her that day. She does have some ground to make up on Bailout Keela, who's beaten her a couple of times as well. Pocket Full of Posies right now is a very square 9-2, though. You get 13-1 on Balamos right next door. This filly ran on the dirt in a one-turn race to kick off her career, just like Picaflor on the inside. Didn't make up a whole bunch of ground, but was able to stay in contention for a few furlongs. She, too, has a pedigree for the turf, a little bit on the top, but Balamos needs to hang on a lot better. There shouldn't be that much pace in here. That's what led me to bail out Keela 2 to her outside, but maybe this one can hang on a little bit better if she can relax early and take them along a little bit further. Sassy Banker hasn't shown too much speed yet, but does have 2 starts to her. Now she'll try this going over to the turf and going 2 turns, just like a couple of the others in here. Sassy Banker should provide good value on the board, and right now she is at 11-1. I took Pete Matson's Bailout Keela off a series of one-turn races. Those were mostly up here on the main track. She did kick off her season with a second at Tampa. It was a good race that day, too. She was bet in that spot. The only time where she hasn't taken any money this year was in the MTA Stallion auction stake. All the money that day went to Royals Little Diva. Big deal. This filly should be well suited to the turf, does have plenty of seasoning to her, and a versatile pedigree that could really do a number of things. We'll find out if she's good at this. I thought that she and Alonzo Quinones could take things a good part of the way up front, if not the whole way. On the other end of things from pace spectrum is Strabella. These connections are looking to sweep the early double, and Strabella comes out of a 6th place finish, but it was the Minnesota Oaks. You can toss that one out and go back to her prior 2-turn races. They were very good, and they would definitely put her in the mix late. Didn't see a whole bunch of pace in here, and she did get a little bit of pace in those. I mean, it wasn't like they were flying up front, but Strabella ran very, very well when they went slow up front. Maybe she can get a good stalking trip and get the jump on some of the deep closers, like Diggs 1 on the outside, who is currently 9-2. She's a steady trier. She's got a couple of seconds in her last 2, both of those with Crystal Conning, who knows her very well. This filly seems to have improved as the year has gone on. She's older than some of her 3-year-old competition, and she's very well suited to turf route racing. 9-2 is a very fair price, but it's probably a price that will not last after this 10-minute to post. They're headed out to the track right now for our second race. Your 2-1 favorite resides on the rail. That's Picaflor at the moment. You have win, place, show, exact to try, super options to pick from, as well as doubles and pick 3s. They're headed out to the turf. One of these ladies is going to pose for pictures for the very first time. Good luck.
Horses come out of the track for tonight's second race. No scratches or jockey changes here in race 2. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a rolling pick 3. Minnesota bred maidens going 7.5 on a firm turf course at the gate in 7 minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Canterbury Park wants to say a special hello and welcome to Luke Nelson and his family. And happy birthday to Miss Ivy Nelson, recently turned 5 years old. Hello to the Nelson family, led by Luke. And happy birthday, Miss Ivy. This is the Ivy is 5 birthday dash on the turf. Inside a minute right now. Fans, you can put your group on track. Live racing here at Canterbury all the way through September the 17th. Head to canterburypark.com. Great ticket deals, especially if you're going to put your work or family group on the track. Almost time for turf racing. Race 2, the Ivy Nelson birthday dash in a minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Post time now for race number 2. This is the Ivy Nelson birthday dash. Recently turned 5, and these are Minnesota-bred maidens, traveling 7.5 furlongs. Favorite is the 6, Strabella, with our top jockey, Harry Hernandez, looking to sweep the early double. One more to go, and we're set for a start. They're in the gate. And they're off. Showing speed early is Bailout Keela. From in between horses comes Balimos. Up the inside comes Pick-a-Floor. And the last horse away is Diggs 1. They speed by the judges and bend around the turn to head to the backside, and we've got a pace battle on the front end. Pick-a-Floor has the lead on the inside, joined by Balimos. Bailout Keela gets a great tracking position from 3 lengths off those embattled leaders. That's Pocket Full of Posies, who's got 6 to make up, followed by Sassy Banker and the favorite Strabella near the back of the pack with Diggs 1. 10 lengths from front to back. It was an opening quarter mile that went in 23 flat, and Pick-a-Floor still bugged by Balimos. They've got 2 lengths now on Pocket Full of Posies and Bailout Keela. 4 more back to Strabella, who's starting to pick it up. Then it's Sassy Banker, and Diggs 1 looks to range up on the outside. 46-4 to the half mile, and Pick-a-Floor's got the lead. But now a menacing presence here with Bailout Keela. Behind that one comes Pocket Full of Posy. Diggs 1 has made up significant ground, and Strabella's in with a chance with Harry Hernandez as they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and Bailout Keela to the throat latch of Pick-a-Floor. Diggs 1 is there in between horses. Pocket Full of Posies. Nowhere to go for Strabella. A cavalry charge into the final football field led by Pocket Full of Posies. Pocket Full of Posies with the dream run inside to get all the money. Nothing quite like the excitement of turf racing here at Canterbury. Pocket Full of Posies is the posted unofficial winner on the board. Tight photo. Here comes the exacta try and super. Second place goes to the 5, Bailout Keela. Diggs 1. The 7-horse finishes third. Tough trip for the 6, Strawbella. Checks in fourth. 2-5. 7-6. Finishing time 1:30.60 for 7.5 furlongs. Soon to be official, but still hold those tickets until that bell rings. Prices available. Race official. A nice mutual price here, $12.60 for a win ticket on the 2-horse Pocket Full of Posies. Upset here in the pick 4. Trifecta paid $44.10. The 10-cent super, $12.74. The Chad Greenway 5-2 double for $1, $21.40. The Jonas Brodeen 2-5 exacta paid $27. This was career start number 5 for Pocket Full of Posies. Second career effort on the turf, and it leads to an impressive victory here in race 2. Paging forward to the third race tonight, we're going to stay on this turf, listed as firm, same distance at 7.5 in the third. No scratches, no jockey changes as you prepare for that. Right now, though, we need to celebrate the victorious Pocket Full of Posies. Pocket Full of Posies is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Native Ruler out of Spice Swirl. Foaled in Minnesota by Megan Maria Olegiak. The owners, Jason Wise and Megan Olegiak. The winning trainer, Mr. Wade Rarick. And the winning jockey, salt of the earth, there he is, Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the connections of Pocket Full of Posies, who wins race number 2. Race 3. Stay on the firm turf at the gate in 22 minutes. They're in the gate, and they're off. Showing speed early is Bailout Keela. From in between horses comes Balimos. Up the inside comes Pick-a-Floor. And the last horse away is Diggs 1. They speed by the judges and bend around the turn to head to the backside, and we've got a pace battle on the front end. Pick-a-Floor has the lead on the inside, joined by Balimos. Bailout Keela gets a great tracking position from 3 lengths off those embattled leaders. That's Pocket Full of Posies, who's got 6 to make up, followed by Sassy Banker and the favorite Strabella near the back of the pack with Diggs 1. 10 lengths from front to back. It was an opening quarter mile that went in 23 flat, and Pick-a-Floor still bugged by Balimos. They've got 2 lengths now on Pocket Full of Posies and Bailout Keela. 4 more back to Strabella, who's starting to pick it up. Then it's Sassy Banker and Diggs one. Looks to range up on the outside. 46-4 to the half mile. And Pick-a-Floor's got the lead. But now, an menacing presence here with Bailout Keela. Behind that one comes Pocketful of Posey. Diggs one has made up significant ground. And Strabella's in with a chance with Harry Hernandez as they charge down that Canterbury stretch and Bailout Keela to the throat latch of Pick-a-Floor. Diggs one is there in between horses. Pocketful of Posies. Nowhere to go for Strabella. A cavalry charge into the final football field led by Pocketful of Posies. Pocketful of Posies with the dream run inside to get all the money.
Pocket Full of Posies comes up the inside, slices through horses, and gets to the winner's circle for the very first time. Congratulations to all of her connections. We stay on the turf for race number 3, but this one, the boys are coming out. This is a $10,000 group, 8 in the field. A lot of money went to Kids Inheritance to start with, but we do begin on the rail with new claim Optimistic Valor. Larry Donlin Jr. claimed him last time out. That wasn't a 1.70 on this turf course. Didn't really do much running, just kind of stayed in the pack and didn't end up too far beaten by Chocolate Ice Cream, but didn't make up much ground on him in the process either. Optimistic Valor has been over a turf course just the 2 times though, and he's at the same relative level that he was last time. If you liked him last time, you're going to get a better price today, and right now he is 12-1. Rocked His Way, the speedster, is stretching out again. He's done so the last 2 times, but his last race got rained off the turf. He seems to prefer that surface and looks good down here again. Rocked His Way and Chad Lindsay are going to team up. They're 14-1. He rode this one 2 back in his first foray, going 2 turns over the turf, and it didn't go poorly. He was in that aforementioned Chocolate Ice Cream race, one of them actually. He ran behind River Rose and had some pace competition throughout. Rocked His Way hung pretty tough that day. Right now, you do get 14-1. Atomic Candy is another pace presence to the outside. This one doesn't necessarily like to lead the way. He looks really good down here in the paddock, and Atomic Candy should get a good trip just outside of Rocked His Way. If he can improve on either one of those second place finishes, 2 and 3 back, Atomic Candy could be a very live contender in here at a very square price. He is 9-2, just like his morning line. Zeke Lara is going to take a turn on him as Luis Negron, Harry Hernandez, and Luis Valenzuela all rode him consecutively. Atomic Candy should be very fit by now, likes this turf course, and like I said, is a very good price. I did use him in the mix. 16-1 is the price on Bourbon Tan. He last ran 4th behind Chocolate Ice Cream, River Rose, and Rocked His Way. It was an even effort out of him, but that's kind of been his MO, whether he goes short or whether he goes long. But he won't be too far off the pace, and he and Sophie Barandella should be keeping things honest up front, as should Sierra Hotel. This is kind of a mid-pack traveler that's right now 5-1. Carl Broberg puts him on the track and gets Harry Hernandez in the saddle today. A lot of second place finishes for this one, but he did pick up a win 2 back and did so very impressively over Unbroken Song and Violin Maker. Sierra Hotel moved in on the turn last time and kind of flattened out, but Papa Rizzo is so tough when he gets the lead. Don't really lose much in defeat in that one. My Boy Lollipop has not been on our turf course since September. A couple of races down at Fauner and then one up here led to a layoff. This horse does come back at the relative same level. Kelsey Har will get on him, and he's performed well on our turf course in the past. Should be of good value on the board right now as he is 8-1. The one on your screen right now is the one a lot of us settled in on. That's Kids Inheritance. He's looking for his second win over this turf course, and he always fires. This horse has run a close second his last 2. I don't really need to point out too many of the reasons as they kind of stick out on paper why he's even money. But Cramden on the outside is one that I took last time when they moved over to the main track. Cramden was ridden perfectly that day by Alonzo Quinones, who let out notches on the lead, actually outdid Rocked His Way to the lead and held on by a length. Right now he is 12-1, another good price in search of 2 in a row. We have 10 minutes to post right now for race number 3. 7, 5, and 3 for me. The grid of selections upcoming shortly. Kevin Gorg is in the studio. He's got a power play coming up pretty soon. After that, in 9 minutes, we'll find out who wins the third. Good luck.
That's the call to the post. Horses are onto the track now for our third race. No scratches or jockey changes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a rolling pick 3. 8 minutes now. 8 minutes to the BMM Derby. Get your bets in now. All right, Canterbury faithful, it is time for the power play of the night. We're going to try to isolate a horse later in the card that you can hone in on. Hopefully use this horse to make some money, whether it's in that race or with the pick 3 or the pick 5. Tonight's power play happens in race 5. It's number 8, Devoted to You. Let's take a look at the past performances. Horse always seems to show up. Career mark, 13 starts. 10 for 13 in the top 3. We notice a claim here. We have a Hall of Fame trainer that's taken over the training, and we see a really good third last time at near 7-1. But the past performances don't tell the whole story. This horse was embattled on the front part of a race where they went way too fast. Sub 47 for this level of racing, way too fast. What I liked about this effort by Devoted to You, even though this horse was probably in the wrong part of the pace of the race, this 6 really digs in and fends off challenges. Now, this horse right here is all loaded up. Super Fortune with Carlo Lopez is going to be your eventual winner. But we're really focusing in on our front marker, who's been dueling the entire length of the race and had to go fast to do it. And right here, he almost looks like he might pull this thing out in crazy fashion. But then the horse that was all loaded up finds a seam, splits late. We end up losing by a neck. But I love that effort. And I think tonight, as I look at race 5, Devoted to You is going to have a much more comfortable trip on the front. We'll try to take him flag fall to That's All. Hopefully we cash together and score on the power play tonight. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 3, the BMM Derby. 6-5 on Kids Inheritance as they load in. Second choice, the 5, Sierra Hotel with Hernandez. 3-horse, Atomic Candy, third choice at 7-2. Everybody else, double digits on the board. Turfers here going 7.5. Couple left to load, including Bourbon Tan, who moves in. And Cramden will be the last in line. An 8-pack going 7.5, and here they are. There in the gate. And they're off. Flashing speed from between horses comes Bourbon Tan, but up the inside comes Rocked His Way. Outside of horses is Cramden. Through from the inside is Optimistic Valor. At the back of the pack is My Boy Lollipop. And the long shot rocked his way. Ooh, Sophia Barandella almost out of the saddle there on Bourbon Tan. Nice job by her to stay on board, and the pace battle now ensues. Optimistic Valor's got 4 to make up. In between horses is Atomic Candy. Outside is Sierra Hotel. The favorite gets a dream trip inside. Kids Inheritance has 6 to make up, and they're going quickly. 4 behind that is My Boy Lollipop, and Cramden Can See 'Em All. 11 lengths from front to back. They went 22 and 3 to the opening quarter mile. There's been no letting up on the pace in this race. Very fast. 45 and 2 for Rocked His Way. Bourbon Tant won't let that one get away. Harry Hernandez is making a bold move on Sierra Hotel. The favorite, all dressed up. Kids Inheritance got nowhere to go, and Sierra Hotel right up to the lead. Rocked His Way, trying to keep that one honest. Up the inside comes Kids Inheritance. Outside of horses is Optimistic Valor, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch with Rocked His Way, very pesky. Sierra Hotel, and here comes the People's Choice. Kids Inheritance with a bold move inside, and Kids Inheritance saves the best for last and wins easy. Unofficial winner on the board is the 7, Kids Inheritance. Tight photo for the Exacta, which also affects the Try and Super. Hold 'em all. 127.76, that finishing time on the board. Photo sign is down. Seven, 2, 5, and 6. Favorite, Bomb. And then the contender group to fill in the Try and Super. 25 to 1 on Rocked His Way, who comes second to the even money favorite Kids Inheritance here in the third. Stand by for prices and a claim out of the third race. Prices coming shortly, and claim information as well. Paging forward to our fourth race of the night. Do note in the fourth race we scratched the 5. With that scratch of the 5, there will be no superfecta in our next race, in race 4. No super. 6.5 furlongs, fast main track, scratch the 5 in race 4. Race 3 official and cashable, $4 for your win ticket on Kids Inheritance. There was a 6-way shake for number 7, Kids Inheritance, and it's a $15,000 claim. The new owner is Karen Offerman, and the new trainer, Troy Bethke. 6-way shake, Kids Inheritance, tagged for $15,000. The new owner is Karen Offerman. The new trainer, Mr. Troy Bethke. Trifecta here in the third paid $41.30. 10-cent super, $27.19. The Jills Malash 2-7 double for $1 paid $13. Pick 3, that early pick 3, $26.25. The William Refrigerator Perry 7-2 $1 exacta, $26.70. A fun winner circle set to embrace the victorious Kids Inheritance here in race 3. Kids Inheritance is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Golden Sense out of Draken. Foaled in Minnesota by Richard Bremer and Cheryl Sprick. The winning owner, Lothenbach Stables. The winning trainer, Mr. Joel Burnt. And the winning jockey tonight, Rye Eckleberry. Congratulations to the connections of Kids Inheritance. Race 4, scratch 5, no super. At the gate in 22 minutes. And they're off. Flashing speed from between horses comes Bourbon Tan, but up the inside comes Rocked His Way. Outside of horses is Cramden. Through from the inside is Optimistic Valor. At the back of the pack is My Boy Lollipop. And the long shot, Rocked His Way. Ooh, Sophia Barandella almost out of the saddle there on Bourbon Tan. Nice job by her to stay on board, and the pace battle now ensues. Optimistic Valor's got 4 to make up. In between horses is Atomic Candy. Outside is Sierra Hotel. The favorite gets a dream trip inside. Kids Inheritance has 6 to make up, and they're going quickly. 4 behind that is My Boy Lollipop, and Cramden can see them all. 11 lengths from front to back. They went 22 and 3 to the opening quarter mile. There's been no letting up on the pace in this race. Very fast. 45 and 2 for Rocked His Way. Bourbon Tant won't let that one get away. Harry Hernandez is making a bold move on Sierra Hotel. The favorite, all dressed up. Kids Inheritance got nowhere to go, and Sierra Hotel right up to the lead. Rocked His Way trying to keep that one honest. Up the inside comes Kids Inheritance. Outside of horses is Optimistic Valor. And they charge down that Canterbury stretch with Rocked His Way, very pesky. Sierra Hotel, and here comes the People's Choice. Kids Inheritance with a bold move inside. And Kids Inheritance saves the best for last and wins easy.
Welcome back to the paddock. I am out here with Crystal Conning, treated to be joined by you again. Thanks for coming out. I know you got a lot going on during a race day, but we appreciate you coming out here to help me analyze a couple of races.
Thanks for having me yet again.
Well, you rode Diggs 1 earlier in the card, and you've ridden that filly a number of times. Before we get into this, because there is a jock change on Central Park to a rider who used to ride this horse regularly, how important is familiarity with a horse when you're riding either morning, getting on it, or if you're getting on it in the first or in the afternoon? I mean, how important is that, like 1 to 10?
I think it's very important. I think certain horses, it's more important than others. I mean, certain horses, it doesn't matter. They run their same race every time. They're not fussy. They're just well-mannered. But like a fussy kind of filly like Diggs, for example, I think she has her people that she likes. And and we just keep rolling with that because she likes it and we don't want to change anything. Central Park, Luis Valenzuela rode him the last 4 outs, but Chad's got an affinity with this horse as well. He's won several races on him, so I don't think that jockey change is going to impact his performance too much today. They know each other.
Right. I thought that, I mean, if anything, maybe it would even improve off that mile race. And when Central Park cuts back from a mile to 6.5, it's only a furlong and a half technically in distance, but it's also 1 less turn. Is that what kind of swayed you in favor of Central Park?
Yeah, and he's just proven at this distance, and he's just fast. He's just super fast. He's going to make the running. He always does. He makes his own luck. Chad's very good out of the gate, as we see it. Consistently, he puts them in a forward position, and the track's fast today. The first race we saw, they went very, very fast. So I think all that plays into Central Park's hands today.
Well, he's got some very classy competition, both to his inside and to his outside. Who do you think is going to be the main pace presence with Central Park?
I thought Minister of Soul was the next toughest. I love this horse. He's just like a cool, old, hard-knocking racehorse. Esteban's a super horseman, and he's really done an amazing job with this horse. My only query for not putting this horse on top is that he's been beaten at this trip 3 times. He's run 3 seconds. So I think turning for home, he could look like the danger to Central Park. I just have a slight query if he gets the 6.5.
And now that they are out here in the walking ring, has anybody made a physical impression on you as they jog around? I mean, they're a good-looking group of 5, but does anybody stand out to you?
Yeah, this is another really classy group of older, seasoned horses. Tiger Dad's presenting really well. I've seen him all winter in Turf Paradise, and this is probably the best I've seen him parade today. He looks the most relaxed, and he's got some good muscle, and he's just looks very ready and calm today. I like that. He won the Gold Cup up down there in the winter, which is no laughing matter. That's a really tough race to win, so he could be right there today as well.
And do you think that the 6.5 will work out for him well, even though he and Central Park faced off 2 back? They weren't that far apart at the end of it. Do you think that Tiger Dad could turn the tables today?
He could. You know, he's proven at a router ground and going short, so we know for sure that he gets the trip. So I think he's going to get a nice stalking trip on the rail in behind Central Park. And, you know, if Central Park does too much early, this horse could be the one that picks him up late.
Well, we're seeing Minister of Soul get very rambunctious down here as the rider hopped aboard. Not a great indication on a humid day like this. Everybody else is acting pretty good, but you are a little more familiar with Minister of Soul. Is this sometimes just him?
I can't tell you, to be honest. He does look a little wound up, though, but he might settle down when he gets handed off to the pony. He might have just heard something in the crowd then that got him a little wound up, but we'll see. When he gets out on the track, hopefully he takes a breath. He looks a little better now, actually, walking down the path, so I'm still going to keep him in second.
Okay, so you have 2, 3, and who? I
had the 6. This horse is just another hard-knocking, solid racehorse, stepping down in class a little bit. His last out wasn't his best, but the 2 and 3 races before that he was super, so I think we'll forgive him for his last one, cutting back in trip, and he likes a little bit of moisture in the surface too, which he's going to get today.
Okay, perfect. 2, 3, and 6 for her, 2, 4, and 3 for me. They head out to the track with 9 minutes to post. With the scratch of the 5 in your Lonely Private, we have no superfecta wagering, but all other options intact, including exactas, trifectas, pick 3s, and doubles. Good luck if you are live in the post-time pick 4. It'll conclude in 9 minutes. Thank you for joining me, Crystal. She'll be back out here with me before the 5th.
Thank you.
And the horses come onto the track for tonight's fourth race. Fast main track, scratch the 5. With that scratch, no superfecta wagering here in race 4. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, double, and a rolling pick 3. We roll on this Saturday night with 7 minutes to post. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Post time on race number 4. Nice battle for favoritism with Minister of Soul and Central Park co-favored at 2-1. 5-pack going 6.5. The inside 2 markers have been loaded. Minister of Soul is next in line. Tony's Tappet and Zeke and the Minnesota bred, the Steely Gray Dame Plata, completes the lineup. Out of the chute they come. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow beginnings for both the 2 and the 3, who stumbled badly, are in the back of the pack. Dame Plata inherits the front, but now quickly joined by Tiger Dad. Then it's the slow beginning Minister of Soul outside of Tony's Tappet. And way at the back after that stumble is Central Park. Tiger Dad and Carlo Lopez are going to dictate terms and lead by 2. Minister of Souls trying to cut into that lead. Tony's Tappet content to track those from a couple lengths behind. Then it's Dame Plata, who's got 5 to make up. And the slow beginning has Central Park 6 in the rears. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. And Tiger Dad leads, but the lead is diminishing because Tony's Tappet is charging up the inside. Minister of Souls kind of spinning the wheels. Central Park trying to make up for that slow start and close in from 5 back. 44 and 4, and Tony's Tappet to the lead. Tony's Tappet going to be tough from here as they turn down the Canterbury stretch, and Zeke, Laura, and Tony's Tappet take the lead away and open up for Tony's Tappet from Tiger Dad. Then it's Minister of Soul and Central Park, but this race was over, turning for home. A heady ride by Zeke, Laura. Tony's Tappet, indeed. (4-1, 3-2) in a snappy 115.69. Fast time for Tony's Tappet. When the dust settled, Tony's Tappet ended up being the second choice in the wagering and pays $7.20 to win. $17.20 for the Eddie Mio 4-1 exacta. That trifecta paid $22 even. The 7-4 double, $10.30. Pick 3, 2, 7, and 4 paid $33.25. The post-time pick 4 combination was 5, 2, 7, 4. Paid just over $152 for that post-time pick 4. Do note that on deck in race 5 is the 10% takeout pick 5. In the 5th, the only change we've got, a jockey change on the 7 to Eduardo Gallardo, and the 10 horse, Where'd the Day Go, will indeed be racing with Lasix. Getting set to enter the Mystic Lake Winners Circle is the official winner of our 4th race. It's number 4. It's Tony's Tappet. Tony's Tappet is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Tonalist out of Autumn Wedding, foaled in Kentucky and owned by Mr. Kirk Sutherland. the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr., and the winning jockey, Zeke Lara. Congratulations to the connections of the victorious Tony's Tappet in race 4. Back onto a firm turf course. Great betting race in race 5 to start the pick 5. They'll be at the post in 22 minutes. And they're off. Slow beginnings for both the 2 and the 3, who stumbled badly, are in the back of the pack. Dame Plata inherits the front, but now quickly joined by Tiger Dad. Then it's the slow beginning Minister of Soul outside of Tony's Tappet. And way at the back after that stumble is Central Park. Tiger Dad and Carlo Lopez are going to dictate terms and lead by 2. Minister of Souls trying to cut into that lead. Tony's Tappet content to track those from a couple lengths behind. Then it's Dame Plata, who's got 5 to make up. And the slow beginning has Central Park 6 in the rears. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. And Tiger Dad leads, but the lead is diminishing because Tony's Tappet is charging up the inside. Minister of Souls kind of spinning the wheels. Central Park trying to make up for that slow start and close in from 5 back. 44 and 4, and Tony's Tappet to the lead. Tony's Tappet going to be tough from here as they turn down the Canterbury stretch, and Zeke Laura and Tony's Tappet take the lead away and open up for Tony's Tappet from Tiger Dad. Then it's Minister of Soul and Central Park, but this race was over, turning for home. A heady ride by Zeke Laura. Tony's Tappet, indeed. Around the bend they go, top of the Canterbury stretch, and still Princess Livia to run down. Emerald Princess is all in and can't make up any ground. Into the final furlong they roll. Princess Livia, Hot as a Pistol's trying to rail this one in late. Final football field, Princess Livia, Hot as a Pistol's charging. Princess Livia's begging for the wire. Hot as a Pistol in time. The chance with Harry Hernandez as they charge down that Canterbury stretch and bail out Keela to the throat latch of Picaflor. Digs one as they're in between horses, pocket full of posies, nowhere to go for Strawbella. A cavalry charge into the final football field led by pocket full of posies. Pocket full of posies with the dream run inside to get all the money. To keep that one honest, up the inside comes Kids Inheritance. Outside of horses is Optimistic Valor, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch with Rocked His Way, Very Pesky, Sierra Hotel, and here comes the People's Choice. Kids Inheritance with a bold move inside, and Kids Inheritance saves the best for last and wins easy. From here as they turn down the Canterbury stretch, and Zeke, Laura, and Tony's Tappet take the lead away and open up for Tony's Tappet from Tiger Dad. Then it's Minister of Soul and Central Park, but this race was over. Turning for home, a heady ride by Zeke, Laura. Tony's Tappet, indeed.
We're back out in the paddock, a much different set of circumstances for this upcoming fifth race. We're going to be on the turf this time, and we're going to go 2 turns. Mile and 70 yards is the distance in here. Make the rider on number 7, Brother Harold Gallardo, and the 10, Where'd the Day Go, does race with Lasix. Please note that the 10, Where'd the Day Go, races with Lasix. Now, getting your view of a dirt race last time around, I'm going to get your thoughts on a turf race this time around. What's your preference to ride?
I think coming from Australia, where it's all all turf racing. I love to ride a turf route. That's my favorite trip.
And what's a different tactic that you have to take when riding a turf horse, maybe a longer race rather than riding a sprint?
On the turf, it's all about patience, especially going around and trying to save ground. Whereas on the dirt, you can sort of try and keep their momentum a little more. And you don't want to get held up so much. Whereas on the turf, you can kind of wait for the hole. And usually they'll have a good turn of foot, whereas they might not always have that on the dirt.
And you've been riding this turf course recently. How is it playing? I mean, what's it like out there? Is it more speed friendly or closer friendly?
It's been a little speed friendly the last couple of weeks, but today with that little shower of rain, a little bit of cut in the turf, I think it's going to play a lot more fair. They're making it more ground today than they have in the last couple of weeks.
Okay, and then how did that factor into your handicapping with where you went in this one? Who'd you pick?
I took the 5 here. I just thought, he's consistent. And he's stepping way down in grade here. I know it was easy to want to take the 8, but my thoughts on the 8, I'm not 100% convinced that the 8 is a genuine miler. He's going to look the winner turning for home, and he's going to probably look the winner to the 16th pole. I just have a gut feeling about this horse that he just doesn't 100% want the trip.
I took him second, too. I agree with you. I don't know if there's a good distance for Devoted to You. Sometimes it seems a little too short, a little too long. He doesn't really have that like baby bear spot, that just right distance for Devoted to You. But if you could throw in a price somewhere in these vertical plays, because sometimes these turf races pay huge in the trifectas and superfectas, where would you go?
I had the 9 as my 3rd pick. Again, he's stepping down. He's proven at the distance, and he likes the turf, and he's got Jermaine Bridgemahan on, who's been riding this turf course very, very well the last couple of weeks. So I thought for a little bit of value, I liked him.
Oh, I took it exactly the same way that you did, 5, 8, and 9. But for some of the horses that are trying the turf for the first time, like we saw My Name is Prince, getting over from the dirt to the turf course. De Ghost has only tried it once. What do you look for in a horse physically in order to try him on the turf? Like, what would give you an indication that they might really like the surface switch?
A lot of people say that turf horses have big feet. So maybe that. I like, with the 3 horse here, that they're bringing a bit of money for him late. Obviously first time on the turf, but he's recently switched to Mac Robertson training. Zeke Lara, who's riding in a good percentage right now. I think that's he's an interesting runner as well. Didn't at first stand out to me either. First time going a route in over 2 years. But yeah, he could be one to watch here.
Well, thank you for your thoughts on this. We both like 5, 8, and 9 in here. I guess you have a new meaning for a big foot. They like the turf. And I thank you again for your time and your insight. It's invaluable, much different than the handicappers or anybody up in the press box. So thank you again for your time, and hopefully we both come out a winner here.
Thank you.
And the horses are on the track for tonight's 5th race. Jockey change to Eduardo Gallardo on the 7. 10 races with Lasix. Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Rolling Pick 3, and the 10% takeout 50-cent Pick 5 starts right here in the 5th, and we'll have a ticket ready to go for you here in just a minute. All right, race fans, time for our 10% takeout Pick 5 ticket. It's a $48 ticket tonight. Just 2 horses here in a very difficult first leg, but as you can see, we're going to spread later, so we're going to be a bit aggressive with the 5th. I'm going to take the 8, Devoted to You with the speed. I think Deaf Blue is one of the long shots that could surprise here at double digits, so a very bold start to this ticket. In leg 2, the 1 and the 9. I think they're the right 2 horses, the closer and the horse that gets first run down the stretch. Race 7, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wide open race, small field, inside 4 markers covered. Race 8, a separator race. We'll use the 3 and the 5. Flash Flood might be loose on the front, but Notepad also looks like the best closer on paper. And we'll close it out with 2, 4, and 5. Top pick in that race is the 4 Poverty Flats, who's double digits. So this ticket could really pay. It's a $48 ticket. This one has a chance to pay in the high hundreds, maybe the low thousands. 8-9 with 1-9 with 1, 2, 3, 4 with 3-5 with 2, 4, and 5. The Pick 5 ticket I've put together is a $48 ticket. You can play that ticket. You can add or subtract horses. You've got to get those tickets in right now, though. The best value in the game, the lowest takeout in the nation at 10%. The Pick 5 starts in 3 minutes. Good luck. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 5. Post time for that pick 5. Good luck with your tickets. Devoted to You, the 2-1 favorite here in a crowded field of 11. 7 of these 11 bred here in Minnesota. Interesting statistic here with this turf race. Moving in now, led by the Ghost, who comes off that incredible long shot win last time at 25-1. Mystifier moving in along with Brother Harold. My Name is Prince for our top trainer, Mac Robertson. Devoted to You moves in with that pink cap. Here's class of 67. Delft Blue moving in. Where'd the Day Go? Here's Feeding Frenzy in the Lothenbach jacket. And Kelsey Harden trading up, the last in line. Big field. There in the gate. And they're off. Perfect Dispatch. Out of the chute they come. Led by Devoted to You. Little bump there. In with Brother Harold tightly. Mystifier. One from the rail. In behind horses is the Ghost. And the last horse away is class of 67. It's the people's choice. The favorite, Devoted to You, who will dictate terms here and lead it by a measured length over the long shot, Brother Harold. Mystifier, 3 lengths off those leaders. Outside of that one comes Star Mission. Then it's a gap of 3 lengths back to the Ghost. The Ghost shadowed by My Name is Prince. Outside of that one comes Trading Up. In between is Where'd the Day Go? Another length back to Feeding Frenzy. Then it's Delft Blue, and way at the back of the pack is class of 67, who would have to make up 15 lengths to win this race. Very honest opening quarter mile goes in 23 flat. They go 47-2 to the half mile, and Rye Echoberry trying to save as much energy as he can for the later stages with this front marker, Devoted to You. Bugged by Star Mission here into the far turn. Then Brother Harold. In between horses is Delft Blue, who's made up a bunch of ground. Mystifier unwinding to the outside. Mystifier catches the eye. Behind is Where'd the Day Go? Where'd the Day Go's got some run. And then comes Feeding Frenzy. But they still have to rein in the front marker of Devoted to You. Devoted to You leads them down the Canterbury stretch. Delft Blue on the outside trying to run this one down. Then we come back to Brother Harold. Final football field. Devoted to You and Delft Blue. Devoted to You trying to take them flag fall. That's all. Devoted to You. Devoted to winning tonight. Eight, 9, 7 with a photo to decide the superfecta. 139.69 is up on the board. This race is still unofficial. Hold them all. Photo sign is down. Superfecta is completed by the 5. Feeding Frenzy. 8, 9, 7, 5. Soon to be official here in the 5th. On deck, race 6 will stay on this turf course with a nice big field on a turf sprint. No scratches or jockey changes. The turf is firm tonight, people. Official. Devoted to You pays $5 to win. Exacta paid $17.30. The trifecta, chalk, all odds, 897. Woo! $246.45. How about the 10-cent super? With the favorite winning $190.98. $13.90 for that $1 double. And the pick 3 had a combo of 7, 4, and 8. And returned a little over $10. Pick 5 starts with the favorite Obliging here in the 5th. Huge prices underneath Devoted to You, who wins for the 3rd time in his career, first time on the Canterbury turf. Second win on the card for jockey Rye Eccleberry. Getting set to enter the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the winner of our 5th race. It's number 8. It's Devoted to You. Devoted to You is a 4-year-old gelding by Bayern out of Loving Lorraine. Foaled in Minnesota by Lothenbach Stables. The winning owner is the winning trainer. That's Bernie Roan. Well done, Bernie. A Hall of Famer here at Canterbury. And with a riding double, second win of the night for jockey Rye Eccleberry. Congratulations to the winning connections of Devoted to You. On deck the 6th, firm turf, turf sprinters, and the late pick 4 at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off. Perfect dispatch. Out of the chute they come. Led by Devoted to You. Little bump there. In with Brother Harold tightly. Mystifier. One from the rail. In behind horses is the Ghost. And the last horse away is Class of 67. It's the people's choice. The favorite, Devoted to You, who will dictate terms here and lead it by a measured length over the long shot Brother Harold. Mystifier, 3 lengths off those leaders. Outside of that one comes Star Mission. Then it's a gap of 3 lengths back to the Ghost. The Ghost shadowed by My Name is Prince. Outside of that one comes Trading Up. In between is Where'd the Day Go. Another length back to Feeding Frenzy. Then it's Delft Blue, and way at the back of the pack is Class of 67, who would have to make up 15 lengths to win this race. Very honest opening quarter mile, goes in 23 flat. They go 47-2 to the half mile, and Rye Echoberry trying to save as much energy as he can for the later stages with this front marker, Devoted to You. Bugged by Star Mission here into the far turn. Then Brother Harold. In between horses is Delft Blue, who's made up a bunch of ground. Mystifier unwinding to the outside. Mystifier catches the eye. Behind is Where'd the Day Go? Where'd the Day Go's got some run. And then comes Feeding Frenzy, but they still have to rein in the front marker of Devoted to You. Devoted to You leads them down the Canterbury stretch. Delft Blue on the outside trying to run this one down. Then we come back to Brother Harold. Final football field. Devoted to You and Delft Blue. Devoted to You trying to take them flag fall to That's All. Devoted to You. Devoted to winning tonight.
It's late pick 4 time in about 12 minutes, and the fillies for race number 6 are out in the paddock. Scratch number 7, Yellow Dress. That's the extent of the changes, Kevin, and you're already batting with a couple of wins. This is a pretty evenly matched group as far as the board would determine them, but you have Stone Arch Bridge on top, who's a bit of an overlay right now at 5-1.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised on the price. I love the way this horse ran last time. This was off an emphatic dirt win, and when a good trainer like Gary Shearer switches surfaces off a win like that, I paid attention. I bet the horse. I touted the horse last time. Looked like a winner turning for home. For whatever reason, looked like it hit the front and mid-stretch and then just did not sustain that huge bid after circling the wagons from way, way off the pace. Should get, I think, another good setup here. I think there's enough speed in this race, specifically with the 4 and 6, where it's going to be honest enough. And I think, once again, this horse will have to circumnavigate. But I like Stone Arch Bridge a lot here.
I understand. I took her third. I did put the 6 Olivian in between her and my top pick, Frost Warrior, who Jeff likes. Warning to anybody jumping on board with Frost Warrior. But this one took the cutback very well last time. Finished third, was behind Stone Arch Bridge, but had to check that day. Lost some momentum. Zeke Lara will be aboard today. I don't know how aggressive he'll get with her, but either way, he should be able to stay close, save ground, and see what opens up. I mean, he'll need a little bit of luck from the inside post. That was kind of my biggest gripe about this horse, but nobody can help that. I ended up with her on top of Olivian, who comes out of that same End Isle, Stone Arch Bridge, Frost Warrior race, and was head-and-head early on the lead, but probably needed the race, hadn't been out since June. Do you give Olivian a shot here?
If she can clear off. She ran a great race last time. Those were really fast fractions. Stone Arch Bridge, who I talked about, came from nowhere, and the key to the race will be nip-nap, the 4, and I don't know what happens with this horse. Again, on the turf, hasn't been on the grass in a while, hasn't raced in quite a while. The workouts are fast. That's kind of the trick with C.C. Perkinson's horses. They look like they all want to show speed. And to me, if the 4 goes out there and makes Olivian work, it's going to be tough for the 6. If the 6 can work out a trip, absolutely, that horse can win. But when it got right down to it, when I looked at this race, I thought it was a 2-horse race. I thought it was the 1 or the 9. I thought the 1 would get first look. I thought the 9 would be coming late. My pick 5 ticket kind of shows that as I go 2x2 to start this process. I think it's one of those 2 horses here. I really do.
Okay, and make me believe your horse in third. Only one turf outing. Was a close enough 4th going a mile. Was favored that day. Was heavily favored last time around when she did break her maiden. What led you to this one underneath?
Leave Rye Eccleberry and Mac Robertson off your tickets at your own peril. If I put together a try or super and I see them connected together, they're going to be on my tickets. They're just too good. You saw it last race. Rye Eccleberry is so good. Got that horse to settle down. He probably went too quick for the opening quarter mile. He got a slower second quarter, and then watch him in the stretch. If there's a stronger jockey in the final furlong here at Canterbury, I've yet to see it. I think Harry's awesome. I think we have a great jockey colony, but when it comes to pure carry the horse home, Rye's the guy. So I have to use that horse in my tries and supers.
Okay, you got me convinced. We do start the pick 4 here in 9 minutes. You can see a lot on board with Stone Arch Bridge and a couple of us on board with Frost Warrior. Wagering options, in addition to the late pick 4, are doubles, pick 3s, exacta strides, and 10-cent supers. We'll be back soon to talk pick 4.
Once again, beautiful work by Sir Leonard Dykert as he leads them onto the track for tonight's 6th race, the BMM Cup. Scratch number 7, Yellow Dress. Take out the 7, Yellow Dress. Late pick 4 time, along with Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and a rolling pick 3. Miss Angela Herman will have a pick 4 ticket for you. The late pick 4 starts in 7 minutes, and Angela will be front and center in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Kevin. Before we do talk pick 4, I want to remind you of a few things coming up. If you brought your MVP card tonight and you're looking for a new set of wheels, make sure that you get yourself entered in the Summer of Horsepower giveaway. We're giving away a brand new truck and other great prizes on September 15th. Get more information at the track level info booth on how you can win a prize in our Summer of Horsepower giveaway. Come out to Canterbury Park for Prince Night, featuring a fantastic musical experience by St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars. Their Prince show is coming right here to Canterbury for an evening of remembering the Minnesota music icon under the theme Purple Rains. You don't want to miss this part of the concert series. Head to CanterburyPark.com to secure your tickets now. At Canterbury, we celebrate greatness. On September 10th, we're holding the Festival of Champions, also known as the State Championship of Minnesota Racing. With over $500,000 in stakes races, this is a night you don't want to miss. Get your tickets for Festival of Champions, any of our concert series, any of our upcoming promos at CanterburyPark.com. There's the ticket that Kevin mentioned on the screen. Doesn't cost you too much, and it goes very heavy in the bookends of it. It starts here with that 5 furlong turf sprint, 1, 2, 6, and 9 for me. Kevin and I discussed at length just about everybody on that ticket except for Indy Star, who makes a big drop in class for this one. That's the 4 that'll start things off. I do single Cashinova in the next race based off his good close last time behind Cramden. Cramden didn't flatter that race today, but it was over a sloppy surface. This one will go on a fast track today. He hasn't had as much success on a dry track as he has on a muddy track, but Cashinova ran well enough that day where the slight drop to this level, I think, could be the final piece of the puzzle to get another win for him. I singled, that would be nice in race number 8. This one gets the outside running, stretches a little bit back out in distance from that 6.5 that she ran last time. She's run races at a mile that would be good enough to win this, and I think that she won't be that far off, which should be somewhat of a pokey pace in race number 8. In the 9th, we spread back out. This one is 6 furlongs, $5,000 claimers. This one could go a number of ways. As we kind of saw earlier, if any little thing happens at the break, things could go very south for speed horses like Mark of Valor or Bitcoiner. So we've got a little mix of everybody. Speed, stalkers, closers, all of it in race number 9, 2, 3, 5, and 6. That makes for an $8 pick 4. You have 4 minutes to make those tickets of your own. Right now, your 2-to-1 favorite is Stone Arch Bridge. Good luck in the late pick 4.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 6. Wide open in the wagering here. This tricky turf sprint. Stone Arch Bridge favored at 2-1. St. Serena 7-2 second choice. They make up 2 of the 3 Minnesota breds going for the plus size purse here. Make Me Believe with the purple and gold silks moves in. Next will be Nip Nap, joined by Voodoo Fire. Here comes Sophia and Stone Arch Bridge. Naughty Naughty will be the last in line. Good luck with the late pick 4. Here comes a turf sprint, and it's a good one. They're in the gate. And they're off stumbling towards the outside was Naughty Naughty. In between horses, Nip Nap, super fast, along with Olivian and a recovering Naughty Naughty. Through from the inside comes Frost Warrior. Then it's Indy Star. Mid-pack is the favorite Stone Arch Bridge. Behind that one, Make Me Believe. Outside of horses is St. Serena, and at the back of the pack is Voodoo Fire. They crackle into that far turn, and Nip Nap has a short lead from Olivian. Dream Trip here for Naughty Naughty. Then 3 lengths back to Frost Warrior, Indy Star, and Stone Arch Bridge catches the eye. Stone Arch Bridge is once again starting to unwind from the back of the pack, but they turn for home, and Olivian says, you got to pick up your feet. You want to catch me from here. Puts the head in front of Nip Nap. Here comes Stone Arch Bridge looking for a seam. Frost Warrior's right there, along with Indy Star. Stone Arch Bridge trying to knife through horses. Sophia got through, and Stone Arch Bridge, along with Indy Star, they run down to the wire. Indy Star in time. $2,961 in 56.12. Another spine tingler on the Canterbury sod. $13.40 for your win ticket on Indy Star, who gets up late for the upset win. $18.80 for the Mike Palmatier Popcorn Kid 2.9 Exacta. Trifecta 296 paid $35.90. The 10-cent Super, $25.19. $1 double, 8 and 2 returned $20.10. That pick 3 at a combination of 4, 8, and 2, it returned $33.75. Second win on the card for jockey Lindy Wade. She guides Indy Star. to a victory for the first time on the Canterbury turf. A drop-in class and a cutback in distance do the trick tonight. Heady ride by Lindy Wade to get that second win on the card for him. Up next, we move on to the 7th. In the 7th race, we go back to a fast main track. No jockey changes or scratches in the 7th. About 24 minutes now to that final pick 3. Races 7, 8, 9 comprise that final rolling pick 3 of the night. Getting set to link up with the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the victorious Indy Star. Indy Star is a dark bay or brown 3-year-old filly by Honor Code out of Promenade Star. Foaled in Kentucky. The winning owners are Todd and Sean Hansen. The winning trainer, Van Belvoir. And the winning jockey with his second win on the card, it's Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the connections of Indy Star. 7th race on deck with that fast main track. 21 minutes to post. And they're off stumbling towards the outside was Naughty Naughty. In between horses, Nip Nap, super fast, along with Olivian and a recovering Naughty Naughty. Through from the inside comes Frost Warrior. Then it's Indy Star. Mid-pack is the favorite Stone Arch Bridge. Behind that one, Make Me Believe. Outside of horses is Saint Serena, and at the back of the pack is Voodoo Fire. They crackle into that far turn, and Nip Nap has a short lead from Olivian. Dream Trip here for Naughty Naughty. Then 3 lengths back to Frost Warrior, Indy Star, and Stone Arch Bridge catches the eye. Stone Arch Bridge is once again starting to unwind from the back of the pack, but they turn for home, and Olivian says, you got to pick up your feet. You want to catch me from here. Puts that in front of Nip Nap. Here comes Stone Arch Bridge looking for a seam. Frost Warrior's right there along with Indy Star. Stone Arch Bridge trying to knife through horses. Sophia got through, and Stone Arch Bridge along with Indy Star, they run down to the wire. Indy Star in time.
We're 11 minutes away from race number 7. Let's bring some boys back out to play. They go 1 mile in this $4,000 claimer. The inside runner's taking, well, it was taking a lot of money. It was 2-1 at one point. Tallest of the tall drops in class, comes off the turf course, and he gets back to a main track where we last saw him against a little bit classier competition running 4th. But that was a 4th behind Shinny. Bob's all in. I mean, these are some of the tougher competitors that would be about 1-9 against this field. Tallest of the tall seeks to get his first win for former Canterbury rider Joel Campbell, who trains him, brought him up from Chicago, and again has put him in against tougher company than he'll see today. Harry Hernandez seats spit to hop aboard. Right now, he is 7-1. Big League Benny is on the stretch out for the second time this year. We've mostly seen him sprinting in the past. He was very good and cozy around the 6.5 furlong distance. Last time stretched out at this level, he was second to Yak. Yak got first run on him as he pretty much led that field wire to wire. But Big League Benny made a very good close under Constantino Roman, who rejoins today. They too are 7-1. Yak is 5-1. He seeks back-to-back wins, but that was the first time that he had won in quite some time. The last time we had seen it was December of last year. But Yak seems to do his best running on the front end. It doesn't appear that there's going to be an undue amount of pressure. A lot will depend on what Zeke Lara and Smart Call do. Yak will be probably cozy to sit second if need be, but I thought that Yak putting wins back-to-back might be asking a lot at the price he'd be, but he's a very fair 9-2 at the moment. Cashanova's 4-5. Not really surprised at that. He made a very good close behind Cramden last time in a race that was taken off the turf. Broberg drops him further, and Cashanova looks like he's in a very good spot. Maybe not from a pace standpoint, but from a class standpoint and how he likes this main track. Now, he is very apt over a wet surface. You won't see that tonight, but there's a little bit of moisture left over from that rain that we got earlier, and Cashanova might find that to his liking. Rye Ecclebury rode both him and his stablemate to his right, Buckster Hooter, but opts for Cashanova this evening. Alonzo Quinones picks up that mount on Buckster Hooter. Kevin Gorg's very favorite animal at this track, who appears in every set of past performances that he's printed. But Buckster Hooter might be even further behind early than Cashanova is. Kind of going to be a guessing game is what they decide to do with this horse, because he has shown some speed in the past, probably not enough to keep up with Yak or Smart Call, though. This one will be the wild card as far as things go. Maybe he is in there to push things along up front. We find out, and right now he's another entity at 7-1. Smart Call is the choice of Jeff Madej if you're following along there. Zeke Lara picks up the mount on Smart Call, who should be contesting the pace, if not showing the way. That seems to be the case for a lot of runners from this barn, and Smart Call comes off a 7th place finish, where he was leading for a good part of the race. He got headed on the far turn by the winner and just kind of backed up from there. He was 48-1 that day. Today he is 12-1, and 9-1 is the price that you get on the Minnesotan Hattie's Jewel on the outside. Hattie's Jewel did win 3 back. There was an accident in that race that kind of took some of his competition out from the back of the field. Now, he was well bet that day. He lived up to his billing. But since that time, things haven't gone as well for him against pricier foes. Now, one of those races was a sprint. The other one was on the turf. Maybe Hattie's Jewel is just getting back to what he wants to do. Chad Lindsay takes the call. Right now, they're 9-1. Pretty fair value on just about everybody outside of Cashanova with 8 minutes to post. It's your last pick 3 opportunity of the night. In addition, exactas, tries, supers, and doubles are on the wagering menu. We'll be back after the post parade. I got an angle in these last 3 races. I'll share that next. We've got just 3 races left on our on our Saturday card. 4 minutes to post for race number 7. I got a cold double. I know it's not going to be much of a price, but these were my 2 singles in the pick 4, and we're going to delve deeper into why. We start with Cashinova. Now, there's a few things to point out about Cashinova and his stablemate Buckster Hooter. They're all the same. Rocket Wrench owns both of them, Carl Broberg trains both of them, and last time out, Ry Eckleberry rode both of them. Tonight, he ends up on Cashinova. You assume that he probably chose Cashinova because of that strong finish last time around behind Cramden. We're going to look at Cashinova a little bit closer too. That was the race that I mentioned. It was off the turf. It was sloppy. Prior to that, he had run on turf a couple of times. Hadn't shown quite as much, but this horse does love a wet track. There's a little bit of moisture in the track left over from some rains earlier on tonight. But you want to see how sloppy it was? This is sloppy. That's Cashinova on the outside. And Cashinova runs very, very bravely to get second, just behind Cramden, who's the horse on the lead. Now, of course, he's spotless. This horse has been leading throughout, getting away with not slow fractions, but just letting out notches progressively, running over a track that really plays well to his style. Cashinova on the outside makes a very valiant run at things. This is against a little bit classier competition than the $4,000 claimers that he sees today. He finished up perfect. That's just the kind of race that we would want out of Cashinova to get things done here in the 7th. Now, that was the 6th race on the 18th. You turn things over to the 7th race, you see that would be nice. She raced in the 7th race just after Cashinova. She's going to do the same thing tonight. Now she stretches out off 6.5 furlong sprint. That too was a sloppy track. Ry Eckleberry rode her. There's a lot of things that we'll need to repeat and maybe just upgrade to the winner's circle. But if these two run a similar race to that night, you see race number 7 the same evening, same sloppy track, and that would be nice. Doesn't look like she's going to make too much of a dent, but she keeps on coming. Now she's on her wrong lead. She's on the outside. She's lost a little bit of ground, but she gets an extra furlong and a half tonight. Now, whether that benefits her or costs her, I guess we find out. But she should be closer to the pace. She should be a little sharper off this one-turn race. And like I said, she keeps Ry Eckleberry. A lot of things in common with these two. Hopefully the next thing in common is they both hit the winner's circle. Good luck.
Fans, we've got a late scratch being announced for the first time here in race 7. A late scratch of number 5, Buckster Hooter. Late scratch of number 5, Buckster Hooter. Now, the horses are about a minute away from the gate. You've got time to go cancel your bets. If you have win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, or superfecta, you can get a full refund on the portion of those tickets with Buckster Hooter. If you're alive in the pick 4 or pick 5, that part of your ticket, the Buckster Hooter part of the ticket, will rotate to the off favorite. Whoever leaves the gate with the most money bet will be the horse that you will get on your pick 4s and pick 5s. Late scratch of Buckster Hooter. You've got time. You've got to be quick now. Get to those windows and change your tickets for your win, play, show, exacta, try, and superfecta. Pick 4s and pick 5s rotate to the favorite. And again, we're just a minute away from race number 7. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 7 as they move in line. The 4-horse Cashinova, 3-5 and favored. Here comes the field's lone gray Yak. And Hattie's Jewel, now the lone Minnesotan, will be the last in line. Set for the 7th. There in the gate. And they're off. Hattie's Jewel was a little bit tardy at the beginning. Yak has keen early speed, but Smart Call and Zeke Laura want the lead, and by golly, they're going to get it as they run by the judges, and it's Smart Call who assumes control by a length and a half from Yak. Then it's about 4 lengths back. To the inside is Big League Benny. Casanova restrained early. Will wait for better running later by Rye Echoberry, and some 8 lengths off that front marker. Then we come back to Hattie's Jewel, and way at the back of the pack is Tales of the Tall. 15 lengths from front to back. 23 flat for the opening quarter mile. They've gone quickly, and the long shot Smart Call still leads it by 3. Yak is trying to chase that one. Then it's Big League Benny who's kind of spinning the wheels in third. Casanova's starting to lengthen those strides and has crept within 8 lengths of the leader. And from the back of the pack, Tales of the Tall is starting to unwind. 46-1. Spinning around that far turn as they go through the half mile, and now Yak turns up the pressure. Yak is coming to pressure. Smart Call. Casanova has still got 6 to make up. So does Big League Benny, and Tales of the Tall still has 12 lengths to make up. And there goes Sophia Barandella and Yak. Yak opening up a 4-length lead, turning for home. Smart Call couldn't keep up. Casanova is trying to charge from the back of the pack as they stampede down the Canterbury stretch, and Yak is out there by 8. Yak into the final football field from Casanova. Big League Benny is next. But into the final 50 yards, Yakety Yak. It's back to back. .138.13 that finishing time. Up on the board, 3-4-2-1. 3-4-2-1. As Yak wins for a second consecutive time here at Canterbury. Race number 7, now official and cashable. Stand by for a claim out of race number 7. Number 4, Casanova, a $4,000 claim. The new trainer is the new owner, Alfredo Asperino. Asperino tags number 4, Casanova, for $4,000. Good-looking gray here, set to join up with the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure. Here is the victorious Yak. Yak is a 3-year-old gray gelding by Flat Out out of Queen of Dreams, Fold in Kentucky. The winning owners are ABA Racing and Joel David Sandstrom. The winning trainers, Lynn Rarick, and the winning jockey, Miss Sophia Barandella. Congratulations to the connections of the victorious Yak. On deck, race number 8. We stay on a fast main track. No jockey changes, no scratches, and at the gate, inside 20 minutes. And they're off. Hattie's Jewel was a little bit tardy at the beginning. Yak has keen early speed, but Smart Call and Zeke Laura want the lead, and by golly, they're going to get it as they run by the judges, and it's Smart Call who assumes control by a length and a half from Yak. Then it's about 4 lengths back. To the inside is Big League Benny. Casanova restrained early. We'll wait for better running later by Rye Echoberry and some 8 lengths off that front marker. Then we come back to Hattie's Jewel, and way at the back of the pack is Tales of the Tall. 15 lengths from front to back. 23 flat for the opening quarter mile. They've gone quickly, and the long shot Smart Call still leads it by 3. Yak is trying to chase that one. Then it's Big League Benny who's kind of spinning the wheels in third. Casanova's starting to lengthen those strides and has crept within 8 lengths of the leader. And from the back of the pack, Tales of the Tall is starting to unwind. 46-1. Spinning around that far turn as they go through the half mile, and now Yak turns up the pressure. Yak is coming to pressure. Smart Call. Casanova has still got 6 to make up. So does Big League Benny, and Tales of the Tall still has 12 lengths to make up. And there goes Sophia Barandella and Yak. Yak opening up a 4-length lead, turning for home. Smart Call couldn't keep up. Casanova is trying to charge from the back of the pack as they stampede down the Canterbury stretch, and Yak is out there by 8. Yak into the final football field from Casanova. Big League Benny is next. But into the final 50 yards, Yakety Yak. It's back to back. Ladies and gentlemen, with some bad weather in the area, we are going to be under a lightning delay here at Canterbury Park. We will keep you posted on the timing. As you can see, we've got some significant electricity in the area. And for the safety of everybody involved here, we're going to be in a lightning delay. Lots of great places indoors here to take cover. Enjoy your favorite food or beverage. Card Club, of course, always open with food service, air conditioning, and all the good stuff that the lower level card spot will always have for you. But a lightning delay here at Canterbury before the late daily double. We will update you as frequently as this allows. We'll keep everybody safe here at Canterbury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the horses are gathering in the paddock area, soon to be saddled, and we believe now there's a break in the weather here. We appreciate your patience, and we, with the safety in mind of everybody involved, had to have a little break in the action. But right now, the lightning has cleared the area, and we are going to saddle the horses and hope to be racing here in the next few minutes. The late daily double will commence soon, so welcome back to racing. Lightning delay is over. Race 8, horses being saddled now in the paddock area. Main track officially now listed as muddy. Main track officially muddy as we return to racing.
We appreciate everybody's patience during that lightning delay. We want to make sure that all of our horses and riders and everyone around them are safe now that the lightning has cleared the area. We do have a few minutes to post, but we do urge you that if you would like to bet on race number 8, make your bets post haste. They are going to have just a couple minutes to warm up on the track, and then they're going to go straight to the gate. So once they get these saddles on, the riders are going to get aboard, and they are going to probably speed it up a little bit more than the usual about 20 minutes that we would have. So in looking at race number 8, now that we have a muddy main track, does this change anything around for you?
Well, I mean, I'm a hunch player by nature, and I've got Flash Flood, the 3 here. I mean, I don't know what the weather around the Twin Cities. How do we not play Flash Flood? I mean, 6 tries on a wet track, 5 for 6 in the top 3. No, I you know what? Most times, I think our fans have heard us talk about this quite frequently when it rains and you get a sudden burst from the sky. And we didn't get a ton of rain, but we got enough that it's muddy. You look for speed, right? You look for horses that can go out there, and I think it's a big advantage on most wet tracks, whether it's here or anywhere across the country, to have speed. Now, Flash Flood has that speed. The layoff is pesky. It's short, but a lot of racing here in August, and so I acknowledge that there are other horses that also fit pretty well in this spot, but I think Flash Flood's going to be tough to beat.
I agree that she'll be tough, and I mean, she's actually run on 1-7 times because that last effort on August 20th was over a good track. She ran pretty well that day. She was only beaten 4 lengths by Minnesota Nice with her boots on, and Maiden Rock would probably take a lot of money in this spot. I'm just not completely convinced that Flash Flood wants to go a mile. I think that her best races, at least for me in the past, have come at 6.5. Maybe they couldn't get a 6.5 to go at this level. Mm-hmm. So they have a mile. That would be nice. My pick on the outside, I don't think stands to improve that much from the track condition. She has run okay over a wet surface in the past, including that sloppy track last time, but I think that probably swings things a bit more in Flash Flood's direction. Icy Wilburnia is the horse that I put in between those two. Icy Wilburnia might be up against it, frankly, with this wet track, without an abundance of speed. Icy Wilburnia is dependent on pace, and she's not going to see a whole bunch of it.
No, she's not. I think that the drop in class probably gives her an outside chance if at the end of the race, comes to a halt in mid-stretch, and these horses are tired on a muddy track. You're right, though. She's 0 for 2 on a wet track. She's hadn't done a lot of work on dirt. I like her better on turf, and she's just had a couple of real tough trips, and she's been facing much tougher competition. What do we do with Jeff Maday's tout? Because I think Notepad is in a very good spot here to be a prime player. Sometimes these turf horses that haven't raced a lot on dirt get to a muddy track and for whatever reason, especially a closer like Notepad, wake up, and I think this horse is dangerous.
That's fair, and I get it with Notepad. I understand if you like her. She's taking a little bit of money, but I think there's also a reason why she hasn't run on dirt in almost 2 years, or just a little over 2 years. Even that race was scheduled for the turf. Maybe she's one of those, as they say, can't even stand up on the dirt, and some of her morning works would indicate that she likes it, but then most of the others indicate that she does not. There's just too many mixed signals with Notepad, and I think that because of the guy saddling her and the guy riding her, she's probably going to be undervalued for what she actually brings to the table as a dirt horse. Now, there's a couple in here from the George Smith barn. Both of them are going to be good prices. Right now, they're actually both exactly the same on the board at 18-1, but the longest shot on the board is Surely a Legend on the inside. Now, this one has some wet track experience. Two back ran 7th, but that was against allowance horses. If you go back to the last time that she ran for 7,500 on an off track, she did show a touch of speed, and she has in the past as well. So maybe Surely a Legend is the one who goes up there and can take advantage of Flash Flood trying to clear away and get the jump on some of the deep closers.
Yeah, I think
that's the case.
I think she gets a good trip. I think it's a nice angle for you to come up with. Because it's 8-1 morning line, and you look at the board right now, and it's an obnoxiously large price. And there, as we talked about, there isn't a lot of speed signed on in this race outside of Flash Flood. I do think that would be nice. It's going to be much, much closer to the pace this time around. But I think that one can hang around. I think if you're putting a superfecta together or a trifecta and you want to use a horse on the bottom that probably, to be honest, can't win as likely, this horse can hit the ticket at a huge number, and that's we saw it earlier. We saw the 2-horse hit the board at 26-1.
Knocked his way.
So, yeah, that's a horse I would use underneath. I think it's got to be the 3 or the 7 here. I think those 2 horses kind of stand out. Maybe Jeff's 5 if things get crazy.
Fair enough. Okay. Looks like 7, 2, and 3 for me. Kevin brings 3, 5, and 7. A lot of the same horses involved in the mix with the grid of selections. You have a couple more minutes than the 0 that it shows right now. They will have a brief warm-up and head to the gate. Make your bets now for the 8th.
No weather delay can slow down Sir Leonard Dykert. Best in the business, brings him on the track. We are happy to be back and racing. As Angela just talked about, we're going to get these horses warmed up and get right to the gate and get on with it. Race 8 here. 7 of them. 1 mile on a muddy main track. We've got Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, and a daily double available. The late daily double on a muddy track. Coming up in just a few minutes. Get those bets in now and don't get shut out. The horses are approaching the starting gate now. Inside a minute to race 8 and the late daily double. Muddy main track after that weather came through Shakopee. Flash Flood here, the current 4-5 favorite, about to load. Get those bets in now. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Post time for the 8th. Minnesota-bred fillies and mares traveling a mile. The gray horse, Flash Flood, 3-5 now on the board. Second choice, 5 and 7 dueling. 7 right now, 3-1. That would be nice. 5 Notepad, 9-2. Ready for the late daily double. Good luck. Last horse in line would be moving in right now. That would be nice. Here we go. There in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. From in between horses, the favorite Flash Flood flashes speed. So does Shirley a Legend inside and give him shade to the outside of that one. Outside is Notepad, and the last horse away is I Came to Shame. Pace battle on the front end with Shirley a Legend hugging the rail and joining Flash Flood. Flash Flood now edges away by 3 parts of a length. Behind those horses comes Give 'em Shade. Then outside of horses is Notepad covering up Icy Will Burn Ya. And then we come back to That Would Be Nice. And at the back of the pack is I Came to Shame. 23-3 for that opening quarter mile on the muddy track, and Flash Flood, the heavy favorite, now opens up a 4-length lead on the long shot. Surely a Legend, another big-priced horse. Give 'em Shades, got 6 to make up. Icy Will Burn Ya still inside, tracking and saving all that ground from 7 lengths back. And then it's That Would Be Nice, who's starting to unwind behind that one. I Came to Shame catches the eye, but on the front, Flash Flood has got the race to win or lose and all by herself there. Icy Will Burn Ya making an imposing move into second. Surely a Legend's kind of spinning the wheels as they bank around that turn and head to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Flash Flood trying to see this thing through. Flash Flood trying to take them all the way from Icy Will Burn Ya. The others have got a lot of work to do as they head into that final furlong. And Flash Flood and Alonso Quinones have saved plenty of energy, and they'll run down to a muddy victory here. Every pole a winning one. Flash Flood takes them all the way. Three, 2, 7, 6 up on the board. Results pending. Hold them all. We also have a $7,500 claim to report, as the heavy favorite Flash Flood on a rainy night in Shakopee holds serve. Short layoff, not a problem for the good-looking gray Flash Flood. And race 8, quickly official and cashable. $3 for your win ticket on Flash Flood. That $7,500 claim was on the winner. Flash Flood, the winner, claimed for $7,500 for owner and trainer Alfredo Asperino. Asperino tags Flash Flood for $7,500. Victorious here in the 8th. Pick 3 paid $21.40. The Nicholas Backstrom 3-2 exacta $6.40. That 50-cent trifecta paid $5 and a nickel. 10-cent super, $3.69. The $1 Don Beaupre double, 3 and 3 paid $7.90. Getting set to join up with the winning connections in the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the victorious Flash Flood. Flash Flood is a 5-year-old gray roan or mare by Flashback out of CC with Water. Foaled right here in Minnesota. Owned by Santino, Pandino, and Milinkovic. Trained by Mr. Tim Padilla, and ridden to victory today by the Q, Alonso Quinones. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Flash Flood in race 8. On deck, muddy track, 6 furlongs, the nightcap. No scratches or jockey changes here to report in the 9th. Post time in around 20 minutes. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. From in between horses, the favorite Flash Flood flashes speed. So does Shirley a Legend inside, and Give 'em Shade to the outside of that one. Outside is Notepad, and the last horse away is I Came to Shame. Pace battle on the front end with Shirley a Legend hugging the rail and joining Flash Flood. Flash Flood now edges away by 3/4 of a length. Behind those horses comes Give 'em Shade. Then outside of horses is Notepad covering up Icy Will Burn Ya. And then we come back to That Would Be Nice. And at the back of the pack is I Came to Shame. 23-3 for that opening quarter mile on the muddy track. And Flash Flood, the heavy favorite, now opens up a 4-length lead on the long shot. Shirley a Legend, another big-priced horse. Give 'em Shade's got 6 to make up. Icy Will Burn Ya still inside, tracking and saving all that ground from 7 lengths back. And then it's That Would Be Nice who's starting to unwind behind that one. I Came to Shame catches the eye, but on the front, Flash Flood has got the race to win or lose and all by herself there. Icy Will Burn Ya making an imposing move into second. Shirley a Legend's kind of spinning the wheels as they bank around that turn and head to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Flash Flood trying to see this thing through. Flash Flood trying to take them all the way from Icy Will Burn Ya. The others have got a lot of work to do as they head into that final furlong, and Flash Flood and Alonso Quinones have saved plenty of energy, and they'll run down to a muddy victory here. Every pole a winning one. Flash Flood takes them all the way.
There's 11 minutes to post, and then our Saturday night card is a wrap. We've got 6 in our final field of the night, and they're out in the walking ring right now. Remember, there will be an abbreviated warm-up as they head out to the muddy main track. You're a bit concerned because you don't have quite the mutter that you thought you would need tonight. Who's that?
Well, handicapped for a fast track days ago, and I looked for a long shot. I did not think this field was worthy of anybody at low odds. When I looked at this race, the one thing I knew is I was going to be shopping for a price. And I land on the 4. It's a lukewarm field, but I think Poverty Flats showed me something last time. In the slop, made a nice middle move. Fractions were fast. Racehorse time, 22 to the opening quarter. I just have a sneaky feeling this horse is sitting on go. We'll see. It's the kind of race where you can take a shot, right? And I don't see a ton of horses I need to fear in here. Okay. I think the 2 is probably the horse to beat. I'm not totally sure why the 3 right now is being bet to those odds. New Dice is intriguing, in good form for Nevada, but no, I'm on the 4 here, Ange. I know it's a reach. I know it's going to be a big price, but I'm okay taking a shot in a field like this.
No, that's fine. I get it. When you look around, you can find reasons not to like horses, typically more than you can at the $5,000 level, to like them. I ended up with Mark of Valor on top because he has been performing well against this level of competition. Granted, it's state breds, but this is a relative kind of move, and he proved that he can come from off the pace 2 back, whereas he seemed to be a tad one-dimensional in the very beginning stages of his career. That's not the case anymore. Mark of Valor, I think, will probably be close to the lead. He might be one of the quickest in here on his best day, but we'll see what Kovacs and Bitcoiner can bring to the table as far as speed in the mud. As Kovacs has not run that well over a wet track, Bitcoiner has. New Dice has run great over a wet track and should not be 7-1. If things get hot and heavy up front, I mean, they could. This horse is definitely going to be the beneficiary of that. 7-1 is way overlaid, as is 6-1, I felt, on Mark of Valor. But who do you think will have the lead coming for home?
I think Kovacs will. I think Kovacs will sit a really good trip here. Bitcoiner is going to show speed with Rye, no question. I think when they turn for home, Kovacs is the horse to catch. I'm with you. I think New Dice right now is a great price on the board. This race just reeks of something strange happening. It's that kind of field. Yeah. So feel free. If you're late in the night and you stuck through that weather delay, take some ambitious plays here. Take a weird trifecta or exacta box. It's that kind of race.
And nobody has the current 6-5 favorite on top right now. Jeff Madej is
He
on
needs
the
a win by Kovacs. Otherwise, we're going to be clowning around after the races.
Well, bet Kovacs at your own risk. We'll just say that.
I believe in Jeff. I disagree. I believe in my guy. Best boss we ever had, and I think he's got a shot. There is the
nobody disputed that.
There is the list of selections. Don't see a lot of 4s on that grid, folks. So
just you.
Pay the believer. Poverty Flats, you've been warned. I hope I can call him a winner. Thanks for joining us. We're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day, which is going to be outstanding. And when you do go home, drive safe. Card Club open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But right now we got race 9, 6 of them going 6. Call to the post is next. Excellent work once again, Sir Leonard Dykert, the best in the business. We're lucky to have him here at Canterbury. He brings the horses onto a muddy track for race number 9. We have no scratches. We have no jockey changes. And we have the lucky last happening in 7 minutes. 2-minute warning now. 2 minutes here to race number 9. Pepsi Family Day tomorrow, 1 o'clock. They're at the gate. It is post time. Post time now for the 9th. Good battle for favoritism between the 5 Kovacs and the 3 Bitcoiner. Right now 2-1 on Bitcoiner, who's been favored throughout most of the wagering. If you're live in the pick 4 or pick 5, we wish you good luck here in the nightcap. 6 going 6 furlongs. Here's the favorite, Bitcoiner, in the Novogratz jacket, along with Kovacs.
Dude, I did not do that on purpose. I'm sorry.
New Dice will be the last in line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slight stumble for Poverty Flats, and Poverty Flats is all the way back to last. Outside is New Dice flashing speed, so is Mark of Valor. And in between horses, Kovacs intensifies the pace along with Irish Tough. Irish Tough takes a flyer up the rail, and Irish Tough now takes control of the race by a neck. Mark of Valor is next. Then it's 2 lengths back to Kovacs. Inside of that one comes Bitcoiner. Outside of horses is New Dice, and Poverty Flats trying to make up ground after a tardy beginning. He'd have 5 to make up. 3 packs of 2 bending around the turn. And Alonzo Quinones trying to sweep the late double has Irish Tough, the long shot, leading by a length. Mark of Valor clings to that one. Echoberry all over Bitcoiner. Kovacs is ranging in. So is New Dice, and Poverty Flats has a lot of work to do. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Irish Tough is still there. Irish Tough from New Dice, who's off the rail and out after that one. The others are too far back right now. New Dice means business. New Dice to the throat latch of Irish Tough and into the final football field. Lindy Wade looking for a triple and looking good. New Dice says no dice to this field. Won 12.05 on the muddy track. 6-1-5-2. 6-1-5-2 here in the 9th. Still unofficial. Hold them all. $6.40 for your win ticket on New Dice. That late pick 3 paid $12.90. Combination 336. The pick 4, $74.70. That pick 5 paid $245.30. $1 exacta paid $22 here in the 9th. And that 50-cent try paid $34.10. New Dice appears to love a wet track. 7 starts on a wet track now. 6 for 7 in the money. with a couple of wins. Jockey Lindy Wade gets the hat trick tonight. And here comes the official winner of our 9th race, getting set to join up with the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure. It's New Dice. New Dice is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Dialed In out of Shot Twice, foaled in Kentucky by the Calumet Farm. The winning owners, Mark Kane and Nevada Litvin. The winning trainer is Nevada Litvin, and the winning jockey with 3 wins on the card tonight. It's Salt of the Earth. It's Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the victorious connections of New Dice. This does conclude the live racing program for tonight. Programs and racing forms available for tomorrow's card on the 3rd level. Pepsi Family Day tomorrow at 1 o'clock with pony rides, a petting zoo, and the wonder of it all for the little people. The kids will love it. Come on out for Pepsi Family Day tomorrow. Simulcasting available on our 3rd level at the Horse Book. And, of course, the Card Club on the main level, open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Air-conditioned food and beverage service right at your table. When you do leave Canterbury Park, we hope you drive safe and get home. And we thank you for your business. We'll see you back tomorrow, 1 o'clock, for Pepsi Family Day right out here at the park. And they're off. Slight stumble for Poverty Flats, and Poverty Flats is all the way back to last. Outside is New Dice flashing speed, so is Mark of Valor. And in between horses, Kovacs intensifies the pace along with Irish Tough. Irish Tough takes a flyer up the rail, and Irish Tough now takes control of the race by a neck. Mark of Valor is next. Then it's 2 lengths back to Kovacs. Inside of that one comes Bitcoiner. Outside of horses is New Dice, and Poverty Flats trying to make up ground after a tardy beginning. He'd have 5 to make up. 3 packs of 2 bending around the turn. And Alonzo Quinones trying to sweep the late double has Irish Tough, the long shot, leading by a length. Mark of Valor clings to that one. Echoberry all over Bitcoiner. Kovacs is ranging in. So is New Dice, and Poverty Flats has a lot of work to do. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Irish Tough is still there. Irish Tough from New Dice, who's off the rail and out after that one. The others are too far back right now. New Dice means business. New Dice to the throat latch of Irish Tough and into the final football field. Lindy Wade looking for a triple and looking good. New Dice says no dice to this field.